I'll streaming for a little bit. Are we done? Are we there? Okay, and it's on. Okay, 7:38 in the morning. No sign of the sun. And by this time, the sun should be showing a sign. I've actually had to darken it. And when I'm darkening it, there's no sun. Now it's been about an hour since sunrise, so maybe it should be up there by now. But I don't know, man. It's only September. We're not that. We're mid-range, right? So normally by now there would be you'd see something, right? So I'm just kind of thinking, okay, well, just put it on record anyway, and see if the sun does actually emerge at some point, which I'm no doubt it probably will. But always want to catch something. It's been pretty cloudless for the last couple of days, which means no cloud therapy for me, but I take it those days are days when I'm supposed to be doing something else anyway. You can't be sat around looking at clouds all the time. Even though it's pretty much all I'm capable of doing at the moment. I'm literally just kind of still waking up, about to drink my first cup of tea. So I'm going to be muting out for a little bit while I wake up. safe in the world. The only condition you can come to is that reality changes according to our needs. I just want something that ties all the pieces together. There you go. So yeah, I've got the gamma right up. But you know, that actually does make, at least then you can see the colour difference a lot better, and you know, nice colours. Otherwise we'd be looking at this, and just by looking at it this way you can tell there's like a fine haze in the air, you know, very fine haze. Oh, looks like we've got some there though, going through the tree. It's much further over now. It was coming over more to the left. I think during the height of summer it's usually in that little notch on the left, between the two trees on the left. You usually see the sun coming up there. But as it gets closer to winter, the sunrise goes as far as the other notch on the right hand side. There were even days when I didn't even see it coming up. It would just go, you just miss it, you know. It's quite dramatic, quite dramatically different. So I mean, it's light before the sun's even out. I do wonder sometimes, you know. It's a nice golden light there.
Speech. The right to free assembly and the right to private viewing
Does it mean as it just becomes suddenly darker? Hang on a minute. Why is it getting darker? I haven't touched any settings. It's at the darkest it's been since the moment I started, right? I've just looked back over the live feed, scrolled back a bit to see. It's just got darker. The sun's got brighter, but the sky has got darker. What does that say? It's weird. You're in bed? Good morning. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Because that's a significant amount of darkness, really. So what's going on here? It's gotten brighter again. It's fluctuating, isn't it? Oh, I better type as well. Good morning. Hope you had a good weekend. What's a weekend? I don't even know. Every day just rolls into one for me. I don't even know what a weekend is anymore. I didn't really get up to anything. Kind of stayed in. Stay at home. I would be the it's like you know, I somehow magically comply without actually trying. It's yeah, I get days like that. I think a few weeks ago I was like constantly a day ahead. So Friday felt like a Saturday, and then the Saturday felt like a Sunday, and then the Sunday felt like a Saturday. And then Monday came along, and Monday felt like a Sunday. So I was like, okay, well, Monday is my second Sunday anyway, so... Oh. It goes 0, and then it goes back up again, but I'm talking, and I don't know if it's actually... That's just the bit rate, isn't it? So it's not necessarily going to... Which was okay. What was the pub like? Was it a social distancing pub? Are there any pubs that are not doing a social distance mask stuff? I was the same yesterday. I had a couple of pieces of toast, an apple, a cookie. I didn't have a full meal at all yesterday. It was just little bits here and there. But my appetite was just not much yesterday, and still feeling a bit that way at the moment. Oh, wow. That's interesting, isn't it? There's just some strange energy around us, isn't it? It's always strange at the moment, isn't it? But polish it off. always find I do love British idioms. I don't know what it is, man. Like I was going through a really big eat phase a couple of weeks ago. I just couldn't stop myself. Even in the middle of the night, I'd be like 1 o'clock in the morning. I'd go, God, I really fancy a cheese sandwich, you know, like. Yesterday was very strange energy for me. It was just like, you know, those days where your mind just doesn't stop. You know, for me, I'm waking up and having dramatically crazy days. Like, when I say crazy, I mean, let me just rephrase all of this because I'm not being particularly articulate. So like days where you know, I keep having that. One day you wake up and you feel amazing and everything goes fine, and then the day after it's like it's like none of that happened, and you're in a completely different version of yourself, and that version of yourself doesn't know how to have a great day. And it's like, what? But I was having such a great time yesterday. What's changed? Nothing's changed. That's the thing. You know, and I just can't put my finger on it. Like, there's no reason for me to just suddenly wake up feeling so different from just a few hours ago when I was feeling great. You know, it doesn't normally happen that way. Normally I feel bad, so I go to sleep, and then I wake up and I feel better. Yesterday was one of those tough days. I felt like my brain was literally doing an obstacle course, like some kind of psychological obstacle course all day yesterday, and I felt a couple of times like my brain was just gonna explode. Like, I just felt so overwhelmed by stimulus and images and ideas and thoughts, and concerning myself with all the bullshit in the world and getting way too consumed by it, and forgetting to be in the world but not of it, and yeah, that kind of shit. And it's hard to be here and not feel attached to what's happening, and not feel affected by what is happening, because it is affecting everyone. So there's certain aspects where it's like I can't deny the difficulty that everyone is having, but at the same time, you know, me too. I'm fed up with it. I'm absolutely sick to death of it all. I don't want to see. Look, now the sun's kind of disappeared again. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to talk about it. I'm tired of it. Like, I was talking to Willie about it yesterday, and feeling like, oh man, we just go around in circles. You know, we're all trying to work this shit out, but there is no way to work it out. You know, it's like there is no way to work it out. You know, it's like when they say the only way out of an abusive relationship is to leave them, right? Well, you can't leave the government. You can't just leave your country or leave your home, and so all right. Oh man, I need to go to the bathroom. Excuse me. Well, nothing like the sound of bin men in the morning. There's just a recycling bin as well, right? But they don't pick up at this building because this building doesn't have a recycling thing. If I want to do my recycling, I have to take it over to the park and use one of their bins. Some kind of issue between the council and the people who run this building. As a result, they don't provide a recycling. They don't actually pick up our recycling or anything. In fact, so no recycling gets done at this building. Hello. Me too. I think it's that that Mars Ares retrograde. I really need to download Stellarium again and try to look, because I followed that Levette video a while back. Stellarium. Astronomy. Because have you seen? Because some of those clouds, right? Some of the clouds look like. Let's wait for this. Okay. Some of those clouds look like for instance, Jupiter. You could. There's been a number of times when I've looked out there, and I swear, and I'm thinking, oh my god, those clouds look like something you'd see on Jupiter, right? From what they tell us, the CGI and all that. So I'm kind of thinking, what if there is an element of it that is true, but it's not how they somehow, you know? And so like the atmosphere of each luminary has the capacity to somehow expand into our. I mean, I'm starting to wonder if it's not just that they actually have an atmospheric effect on us just as much as they do an energetic one, you know? Like, who's to say that these wandering stars aren't like wandering stargates, you know, like stuff comes out of them. A bit like valves and you know, like how a machine lets off steam and other things. Like, what if the stars are like, well, the luminaries in particular, what if they're like atmosphere, you know? Because I don't know, it's interesting anyway. Right. I mean, you know, which then begs the question: is how big are they? How far away are they? What are they really? You know, like clearly the luminaries have a function within the way this reality works. But whatever that function is, we haven't been explained it. We're just told that they're these things which are very, very far away, but we don't actually. It's just weird. The way I'm thinking of it, that these luminaries are like some kind of mechanism or a valve or some kind of thing that releases gas and atmosphere into the environment. Because if you think about it, if you've got like a terrarium and stuff, you'll have all these different things that regulate, you know, like that regulate the atmosphere and within the environment. Usually holes, right? So what if they're holes? So if they're below the Earth, how can we see them above the Earth? That's the only thing I want to find out. You know, like, are they projections at that point then? Like holographic tech that gets projected and upward. There are days when it feels like there is we have a covering over us, right? Like somebody's put a covering over the sky, and therefore then no detail, no clouds, nothing. And you get days like this. So the way I think of it is like we were living in some giant terrarium. Or I don't know. Yeah, the isolation's been getting to me quite a bit, I have to say. Just feeling quite... Yeah. That was it. Yesterday was one of those days where external noise and external stimulus just kept overwhelming me. Like, it was just too much. Like, God, can the outside world just be a bit quieter? Like... What, as if the constellations were painted in the sky, or are we just talking about the stars, or? It is a hard place. I agree. I'm starting to wonder why I came here. Thanks. I appreciate that. I don't know what possessed me. Like, when did I move here? 2009, so what, 10 years ago? 10 years ago, I was a different person, and I thought I was ready. I was hungry, and I was just wanted a new start, you know. So I moved to London for a fresh start, to go to university and live my dream. It didn't work out very well. Yeah. It's been a very tough few years. I wasn't expecting it, you know. But there's the thing, I realise I can't move either. I can't really relocate. 2006 was around the time when things started going a bit tits up for me. I was in a job. I started getting depressed, feeling stressed and burnout, and then a whole bunch of shit happened at work, and then I became very ill, had to be signed off for a long time, and eventually I had to resign. Not without a great deal of harassment and bullying from my employers during that whole time. I was working for the court service, so I was a civil servant, and really got to taste what it was like being a government lackey and what it does to you as a person. Ah. He works for the Ministry of Justice as well, huh? In a sense. Same department, right? Ministry of Justice, yeah. Ministry of Justice may as well be called the Ministry of Injustice. If they treat their employees with such disdain and in such despicable ways, then, you know, you can imagine what the justice system really is. And I because I worked in a court, I actually had to attend a lot of court hearings and stuff too. I would sit there next to the court clerk, filling in forms for them. And court clerk would normally do the form filling, but if there was custody court, for instance, they would actually go through quite a lot of people, so they needed an assistant there to fill in all the bail forms. So I did that for a while. Court duty. you always had to wear a tie, and you had to bow every time you came into the bloody room, and oh god, especially if it was a district judge. District judges had ideas way above their station. It was just, oh, you had to do this. Yeah, I think in the last couple of years I was doing everything I could to find a new job and leave, but eventually the job that I was in burnt me out so badly that I couldn't even do that. And when I did mention that I was looking for a job and I posted it on Facebook, somebody from the court system saw it and reported it, and I was then told off because because they were saying, oh, you're saying you're ill and everything, but then you're posting about looking for a job and blah blah blah. And so of course I'm going to look for a new job. It's like, obviously I'm not very well, and being with you guys isn't making me feel good, so I'm going to look for a new job, right? That's what you do. I couldn't believe it. And then they found out, and then they're like, oh, you shouldn't be looking for a new job, and blah blah blah. And then they tried to discipline me. I was like, what? I couldn't even look for a new job. They wouldn't even let me look for a new job without giving me grief. It was absolutely insane. You know, eventually I burned out and had a major breakdown, and I've never been the same since. It was like the switch in my head just went, you know, it was like an electric shock in my head. I remember the day that it happened. It was like something in my brain fried and just burnt out completely, and then that was it. Wow. Yeah, my situation took about 2 years in total, from about 2006 to 2008. There was a complaint which I made against another person because they were bullying and harassing me, and then that went tits up because the investigators were really weird, and she lied about a few things and tried to insinuate that I was racist or something, and then they sided with her, even though I was the victim in the case. And then because I made the complaint, and then I appealed their decision, they then came after me because I made the complaint. It was like, oh, you made the complaint, so now we're going to discipline you for it. You cannot make this shit up. It was unbelievable, actually unbelievable what they were doing. Trying to insinuate that I had conduct issues and stuff like that, you know. Basically, I had an opinion, but I was also incredibly stressed and quite unwell. And I was being stressed and unwell in a toxic environment. You can imagine what that's like. You weren't allowed to talk. You weren't allowed to get up out of your desk without letting somebody else know. It was like being back in school. It was horrendous. It was a horrendous place to work, you know, because, like, you know, but you know, like that's the thing, isn't it? Right? You get a job working for the government or the civil service, and it was always seen as a good thing, right? Like, oh, yeah, that's a job for life. You've done very well getting a job you'll have a job for life. You'll have a regular, stable salary. You'll have benefits and other things. Oh, little did I know that working for the government is pretty much it's like giving your soul away. Yeah. The thing is, I didn't have half the skills or awareness that I do now to be able to recognise what was happening to me, right? It wasn't until after it's happened that you kind of become wise to it, and it's like, well, by then it's too late now, the damage has been done. You know, and I spent the last 10 years in this horrendous place, asking for help and stuff, and every time I got the help, it wasn't really helpful. And you kind of hope that these people in positions where they're looking after, where they've care coordinators and things like that, you'd think that they'd actually have some advice or some wisdom or something to give you, but most of them are actually just there to do the admin, and that's it. They have there's no bedside manner there at all, and it's pretty awful. Mental health services in this country are absolutely appalling. And they're not about getting people better at all. It's just about containing them so that they don't go out and cause problems in the rest of society. That's the main issue. So if they've got somebody like me who is basically stuck at home for whatever reason, it's actually better for them that I'm in that position than being a fully functional working person. Because if I was a fully functional working person, I'd probably be working towards getting away from them. And so while I'm unwell or relying on them for support whilst I'm recovering, and how long does recovery take anyway, right? Recovery is almost endless at this point, right? Danger, the world has transformed significantly in the last 10 years, and it's not the same place that I knew it to be 10 years ago, I'm sorry to hear your experience. What was it exactly? Like a probationary thing or a drug rehabilitation? Maybe that's the thing. Maybe they're more lenient to civil service people because they know that if we got better, it does make me wonder. It does make me wonder about whether or not, if me and you have both had these problems, then we can't be the only ones. Working for the civil service and coming away from it feeling abused. Right, frontline work, yes. Which can be very rewarding, but I would imagine the way things are set up, it can't be because they have very strict procedures about these things. Not interested in pushing boundaries or getting people better, they just want to maintain a certain system and a way of working. Yeah, that was it. That was one of the things. Managers on your back, and not just the manager, but like subordinate managers underneath the manager. So like what they call it, line managers. Micromanagement. You're not trusted or left alone to get on with it. You have to be constantly interfered with by the line manager. But then there were always weird rules like, oh, you shouldn't go to the manager for this, you need to come to the line manager for this. And then you do go to the line manager about it, and they get stressed out and angry at you because they're in the middle of something and they don't. And it's like, you're the one that wanted me. You guys set this rule. I have to come to you now instead of the other manager because you'd feel so undermined every time I do that. So, and then when I do go to you, you're too busy, or you don't want, or you're too stressed or whatever to speak to me like a, It was terrible. My complaint was actually against the line manager and a colleague who had been there for the same amount of time that I had been there, but she seemed to take it upon herself to try to micromanage me. And it's like, hang on a minute, you don't get to do that. Like she started like she started to monitor the times that I left. Every time I left my desk, she, things like that. It was like, hang on a minute, you're not even my line manager, you're just another colleague spying on me. It was horrific. Talking behind my back, slagging me off to everyone within the office. She was horrendous, a horrendous person. And then I got angry and pissed off about it, and I made a complaint. Then she tried to make it out that I was being racist. I couldn't believe it. It was horrendous. And then I'm meant to think about her position. Oh, because she's black, and therefore she can't hide her skin, but you're gay, and you can hide it, and all this. I'm like, what's that got to do with anything? Does that mean that she can go around and say shit like that all the time? No. Why should I put up with that? If she can pull the fucking race card, I'll pull the gay card then. The race wins, you see. The race card always wins. Even if it's not, even if it's a lie. And she was lying because I never sent that email that I sent her. It wasn't originally from me. And she knew what that email was about. She knew why I sent it to her. And then she claimed that I sent it to her as a way of being racist. It was like, no, you asked me to send the fucking image to you because somebody posted this. It was basically a meme, but the meme could be construed as racist, and somebody sent it to me, and then I kind of thinking that we were on good terms and everything right at this point, so I said, oh look, somebody sent me this, it's a little bit inappropriate, isn't it? And she was like, oh, send it to me. I was like, okay then. Didn't think anything of it because I didn't consider that she would then use it as some kind of thing to insinuate that I was racist. She received it quite happily and never complained about it up until that point. So then it wasn't until a good year or two later that she brings it in as evidence. It's absolutely ridiculous. It was awful what happened. And I realised that people it was disturbing to realise that, these people can just do that, My line manager showing favour to her because she was black and couldn't hide her blackness, but because I'm gay, it's okay, I can hide my gayness and pretend it's alright, go back in the closet, blah, 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 blah. That actually pissed me off quite a bit. I was like, hang on a minute, how dare you? You've now turned this into a gay issue. Not me, you have. You tried to compare the two and made it out that she was somehow, like she was somehow a victim because of her skin colour in the office. But she was the loudest, most obnoxious, most rude and outspoken person in the entire building. And then she's claiming that I was being racist, but she was openly being racist and rude and bigoted in the office all the time, but she could get away with it because she was black, right? It was unbelievable. They let her get away with it because she was black. Can't say anything to the black lady because we might offend her and she'll accuse us of being racist. She was also very friendly with the legal advisors, and they helped her. The legal advisors, the actual legal advisors who worked there, helped her with the investigation. I had no help whatsoever aside from a really dubious union representative who was in bed with management anyway. So the whole thing was a farce from day one. They had no intention on helping me or you know. Yeah, this is what the civil service is like. It's full of lots of slimy, plotting, scheming, unsavoury individuals who will not even so much as flinch at the idea of getting a colleague into trouble if it meant that they got away with whatever it is they were doing. Well, this is it, you see. I'm starting to wonder if there's a way we can actually set up a group of government workers or people, ex-government workers, who basically suffered as a result of the government. They won't like that, by the way. Get a big class action or something against the government. Ex-civil servants against the government, basically. That's what I keep thinking of. I'm thinking, well, I'm not the only one. Maybe we need to get lots of people together to share their stories, to say, well, this is my experience of corruption in government. This is my, if they treat their employees this way, can you imagine what their systems, how they treat everyone else? All you have to do is look at the job centre to know how the government treats people. The Official Secrets Act. I can't remember if I signed anything like that. Right. And I was getting better at my job too. They were giving me more responsibilities. They were asking me to devise new ways to organise things. I was digitizing a lot of stuff that was done in an analog way. So they used to do things by paper and keeping stuff written down in books and whatever. And I was like, well, why are we doing that? Because we need to have access to we need to have a database here, right? So then I would start setting up Excel spreadsheets and databases as a way to register and log and record things that we hadn't been doing very well. And I came in and I made a number of organizational changes and brought in a lot of new things, new spreadsheets, things like that. Changed a few things around so that they had better ways of doing stuff, but it was ridiculous. They never appreciated it. They never appreciated any of it. Right. Oh yeah, because we had the ability to come in and streamline things. We could see where the issues were. But there you go. I was there for 5 years in the end. Although the last year I was off. Wow. Great. Well, that was it. I actually started getting involved in doing conferences and you know, those little workshops and things that people do. I was getting involved in the diversity team, and I was getting involved in what else was it I was doing? Oh, and became a union rep and all of this. I was going. I need to expand and do other things. I can't just be sat at this desk doing this work all the time. I need other things to make it more interesting. And they always encouraged it. But the moment you got the position got new responsibilities, it was almost as if they would then use that as an opportunity to go, oh, well, now you have to do this, this, and this on top of what you've now elected to do, and we're going to make it harder for you to do that, and we're going to complain about the fact that you have to go out of the office to do this other thing. And it was ridiculous. It's like they encouraged you to expand and try different things and take on more responsibilities, but when you did, they resented you for it. It was unbelievable. You know, me and this other lady, an Asian lady, we became diversity reps, right? What a fat load of shit that was. I could see, I mean, but from that experience, I can see why people think the civil service is, because, I mean, there were periods, I have to admit, like when we had a diversity event to sort out, or whenever it was a union thing, it took me out of the office and away from that toxic environment. And I got to meet other people and actually experience different things and actually have a more interesting work life. But it was resented. They resented me for it. Yes, I agree. I think we were working with well, this is the thing now with all the extra understandings and understandings that I have. I realised that I was completely under the spell. I was completely, taken in by it all. I wasn't awake at all at that point in 2006. In 2006, I was still under the impression that life was life and that everything was mundane, boring. Yeah, I think that's where a lot of it. I think these situations are meant to wake us up, though, aren't they? I couldn't quite believe the amount of corruption in our own government, in our own. If the Ministry of Justice treats its employees that way, with corruption, with nothing but contempt and corruption, can you imagine then that is a reflection of the justice system itself and the corruption within the justice system. There is no smoke without fire. I got to meet some of those judges and magistrates and stuff, so I got to see what they were like. I got to see the types of people they were. Some of them seemed like nice, decent, genuine people, but a lot of it was just affectation. There were some really nasty, toxic people, so. It was that year, the immediate year after I left, so 2008, I gave May, I handed my resignation in. Applied for statutory sick pay and all that lot. That was 2007. No, that wasn't, because it was like beginning early 2008, or maybe late 2007. And then I had to fill in some paperwork and send it off and whatever, and then, yeah. And then 2008 comes along, and that was when I started getting into 9/11 and all that other shit. Because it was around that time that Edward Kelly guy, the weapons of mass destruction inspector, was suicided, and there were lots of links, and a bunch of us, we were all hanging out together and on these, I think it was called Ventrilo, and hanging around a particular guy called Matthew Ringrose. He was a bit of a con artist, and it turned out that a lot, it was all weird. But anyway, that was my exposure to 9/11 and all that, rethinking it and realising it was a big inside job. And then around that time, Zeitgeist came out as well, and when I saw Zeitgeist, that was it. Right, and that's when I started getting into things like David Icke as well, and Anunnaki, and aliens, and reptilians, and stuff like that. And because it freaked me out whenever I kept seeing it, and I never really liked it. But then I thought, you know what? In order to know the truth, you have to expose yourself to things you don't like, things that aren't pleasant. So I started exposing myself to all these weird, crazy ideas and things. Yes, we're literally on the cusp of going into prison ourselves. These are, yeah, full-blown truthers. I didn't realise though how much you'd lose though. I knew it was, but I knew that David Icke didn't have a great time with it, and he was really vocal, and he's been nothing but constantly vocal, right? If you think about it, we're not even that vocal by comparison. We're just random normal people on the street. We didn't get to go on TV or have a Terry Wogan interview. We had to find out the hard way as well. But even then, even on a smaller scale of not being well known, there is still, it's the same issue occurs. You lose people you love, your friends, your family, because basically reality around you is completely different now, and nothing feels the same. And you try to tell them, they don't really get it. They just look at you as if you're fucking mental. And then they wonder why you're depressed. Yeah. It does. Because you can't be friends with anybody, because the moment you start talking about anything different, when you work in those places, you have no friends. When you come out, as the job takes all your energy, the truth isolates you. Yeah. I had a couple of friends who supported me at the court service, but the majority of them turned their backs on me and actually it was interesting because during the complaints process, they interviewed everyone in the office, everyone. That was about at least 15, 20 people. So then I got this whole bundle of paperwork with people's witness statements on it, right? And I read them, and then I got to see the truth. I got to see what people really thought. And when I got to see what people really thought, I realised what a bunch of vipers I was working with. They were all backstabbers. They backstabbed each other, and that was just the way they were. There was a few of them that were very supportive. A couple of them couldn't believe it was going on. Right, because basically by the time you're finished, you're so exhausted and so fucked by the whole situation that you have no energy left. There is no way you can take it to court. And what are you going to do? Take the Ministry of Justice to court, right? Tribunal, you know? Well, it's already bias. If you're working for the fuckers, then it's already slanted in their favour anyway, right? There's no way that you can win a tribunal against your employers if they're the Ministry of Justice, right? So, you know, it's always going to... There was just no way. I realised, because you need to get a solicitor and all this. I didn't have the money. I didn't even have a job at that point. I was ill. Couldn't even look for a new job by that point. They had fucking worn me down so much. And when I was able to look for a new job and stuff, they then had to try to attack me for doing it. It was insane. It was almost like they didn't want me to have a life by the end of it all. They wanted me to be so totally destroyed that I would never survive, that it felt like that. That's how it felt. Like they really, really went out of their way to try to rip me apart. I've never experienced such an immense attack on my person as I did during that process. I had never felt anything like that. And that's why it takes 10 years to heal. 10 years minimum. They abused us. So, then they want us to go back out there and repeat the same abuse for another potential employee or something. I'm never giving my power away like that ever again. No one is the boss of me anymore. And never will be. I'm too rebellious. I've got too much of an individual personality and opinion. And I think that's what they don't like. They do seem to... They did... What's this feeling like they seem to... It's like, they like it when they get a strong personality in, right? But then there's almost like this brainwashing that happens, You lose all sense of empathy. You become this cold-hearted person doing the job, and these criminals that come to your thing, they're the pieces of shit coming in and wasting our time. And that was the kind of attitude that was prevalent in these places. So, after working there for a couple of years, I think it can make you into a really bitter, toxic person. Me too, absolutely, an idealist. And they destroyed that. I'm just going to read everything you've written in. When you work in those places, you have no friends. You come out as the job takes all the energy. And then truth isolates you. I was depressed for years. I feel like I'm still there at times. It was so hard. I spent days in some void of despair. I could have taken this lot for a lot of money, and how can you when you're unsupported? They side against you very quickly. Nobody bothered, right? And it's amazing, isn't it, how our experiences have been so similar. I'm wondering if there are any other Skywatch types or people who are awakening who have had abuse from employers. Because that's what it is, isn't it? It's abuse. And the only answer now is self-employment. But if you become self-employed, then you then no longer able to receive any support for any illness or anything like that, which isn't good, because if you're long-term unemployed due to a mental illness and you haven't got that how would you get back out of it again? I really wanted to go self-employed with my art too, but I didn't know how to do it, and I felt overwhelmed by it. I didn't know how to start or where to go with it. And I was also dealing with a lot of internal stuff, like not feeling worthy, that kind of thing. Like, who am I? Who am I to sell my work as if I'm any good at it? That kind of shit. You got an English degree? I couldn't. Right, that's it. Because that was my thing. I was trying to go back into university to do a media arts type course. I wanted to try and do something creative that would get me into an industry, because I knew that with the qualification I'd have a lot more of a chance at doing. Well, that was the idea, wasn't it? You get the higher qualification, it gives you access to better paid jobs, that kind of thing, and you become more. You can compete in that market, right? Nah, it didn't work. I couldn't finish it. Then I tried again. Managed to complete a foundation course at Camberwell Art College, 2014, 2015. Then I got made homeless literally 2 weeks after that. I never got to celebrate that. The celebrations were cut short because of all the stress that ensued thereafter. And then basically, when I did eventually was able to go back to uni, there was uncertainty around how much funding I could get, and that was not resolved. And on top of that, I then ended up having an attack of agoraphobia and anxiety, which then stayed with me for months. And I couldn't make myself go back. It was like I started to fall behind in my work, and every time I went there, it was just unpleasant, and couldn't. I loved doing the work. The practical stuff, the stuff I was good at, I loved it. I'm meant to make interesting images and explore creative art and production, and that's what I'm meant to do. But the academic stuff I wasn't very good at, and then attending and being there and travelling on the fucking tube to get to North London, where the campuses are. That was a fucking pain in the ass. I kept getting lost as well. I kept getting on the wrong bloody tube. At one point, it was ridiculous, which then would make me super late. Don't know what happened. I don't have a great sense of direction sometimes, particularly when I'm walking underground. I mean, it's like a maze. So, you know, if you're half asleep and you're rushing to get to university, right, sometimes you just don't pay attention and you get confused, and it happened to me a lot. I realised something was going on. January 2017 was when this kind of switch hit, and then it was like suddenly the world that I was living in was not the same world anymore. I don't know how. Insane. I can't imagine. I mean, I struggled as a free and single individual in his late 20s, and I couldn't finish. So the fact that you were able to do the degree and finish it with children, that's just unbelievable. I don't know how you did it. Right. Oh gosh. Yeah. Realising how much of a mistake London may have been in terms of, oh, I need to go somewhere. Oh, but you'll have to travel through miles of road or tube with shitloads of people every time. Bloody hell. I kept having negative interpersonal interactions with the other students as well. There's a couple of young ones who had very strong SJW tendencies and liked to and decided that they took a disliking to me because I had a different perspective. They were like, you've just mansplained, you know, like, I'm what? How? So what, my experiences aren't interesting? What, I'm not allowed to have a view on this then? Like whoa. When I started to experience the SJW stuff was when I realised something changed. Because I thought I was, you know, a bit of a social justice warrior myself. I had no idea how different that concept had become, you know. Like, because there's, you know, I'm realising that my brand of being liberal and that's from the old days, like the old liberal, the one that was actually legitimate and necessary, right? Now it's a completely different beast, and somehow I've become I'm now find myself on the other side of the table, right? Like, now my liberal ideas aren't liberal enough. In fact, they're closed-minded liberal, or something. I don't know. Yeah. This is the thing now. I don't, because that was 10 years ago, over 10 years ago now. So, yeah, all that shit. I'm not the same person. I have no idea what I'd be like in a situation like that again now. All I know is that I never want to be in a situation like that again. Oh, God, tell me about it. What do you think of this Gregory Hallett bullshit? Because to me, I'm thinking, hang on a minute, what, how has some random individual from New Zealand got any claim to the British throne anyway? But secondly, what like in this awakening world, like we don't need no king or queen. We don't need no monarchy. We don't need it. We're all sovereign. We're all kings and queens. We're all sovereign beings. We don't need a monarchy anymore. So the fact that this fucking idiot is coming up and saying, "Oh, I'm the new king of England," fuck off. Like, we didn't need this lizard, Queen Elizabeth, ruling over us. We certainly don't need you coming over and doing it either. Fuck the monarchy, quite frankly. We're developing and expanding and evolving beyond this bullshit. So fuck this monarchy. Scification. Hello. Yeah. So I mean, I don't really care about this Gregory Hallett guy. Like, I'm kind of thinking this is just some random con artist. I also saw the video of his family with pictures and everything, saying that he is basically mentally ill, a bit of a scammer, and that he's definitely not the King of England. So that was from his mother, his grandmother, and his sister. So there was a video going around that a girl actually phoned up his family to clarify. There are people who believe it, though. It's almost as, you know, and some of it's from this Q crap, right? I'm not saying that Q's bullshit. I'm saying that some of it might be. I mean, like, at this point, you can't trust very much of it because it's most likely been infiltrated or whatever. If there was any authenticity or genuineness to it, it will be overshadowed by all the people trying to the information. So, you know, there's no point. There is an element of it where, you know, you've got to take it, but following other people is not the way to go. And this is the problem as well. The danger is this cult of personality stuff that's going on, you know. It's a form of worship. So I'm kind of wondering, why are they worshipping Trump? Why are they worshipping Q? That is as concerning as the left going completely bonkers. To me, it looks like both sides are going completely fucking bonkers in their own little ways, you know. Their expressions of attachment are coming out, you know. If we're all attached to this idea of we need a leader, we need a strong leader, blah, 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 instead of leading ourselves, I think that's giving your power away, right? Trump's going to save us. I don't think... no, I think you have to save yourself. So none of these people are going to save us. That's not their job. I don't know, there's just a lot of short-sightedness going on with all of that. You know, it's like, haven't you learned anything? It's just like it's almost like they've decided to like superpower the left-right they've super energized the left-right paradigm to the point where everything's gone super ultra in one direction or the other, you know. Yeah, it's not just the right anymore, it's the right everything's been rebranded. With all these different movements pushing for different things. Just like they've rebranded the cold virus. They're trying to rebrand everything. And then saying it's new. What's that one about? Oh, the common cold wasn't interesting enough. How do we make it more interesting? I know, we can create a pandemic. We'll call it COVID-19 and we'll say loads of people died. I'll make the cold virus a little bit more interesting. That's good. That's how we'll rebrand the cold virus. If it's even a virus, if it's even real, if it even works that way, which I don't think it does. Oh, you know, I was thinking maybe next time. You on Skype or anything? I was thinking maybe next time I'll do a... You remember that time when I invited you to Hangouts and we had a little talk and we put it on the live stream while it was happening? I was kind of thinking of maybe doing something like that again sometime. But Hangouts is kind of defunct now, so... But I'm able to patch audio through and stuff from these other things, so I can do that. Yeah, you don't have to have a face or anything, but I can patch audio through. Have a little phone in. Maybe that's what I needed to do. People phone in while this was happening, and then that was one of the original ideas actually, but it just became too much effort, and you know. Make it live. Yeah, but I just saw that it just looked like there was no sun for ages, you know, it was just so weird. And then it came out. I can bring this colour down now. Days like this. It's meant to be the hottest day so far, isn't it? Like, we're meant to be in the middle of a heat wave or something. Didn't really feel. It's meant to be quite warm yesterday, but I didn't really feel it that much. Oh, one last hurrah. Better make the most of it. Yep, I'm planning to go out and refill the bird feeders because they're empty now. Maybe I'll go for a walk in the park. $133. Oh, hello Norway. It's weird, isn't it? There's obviously something going on. Extra light there at the bottom. Oop, I wasn't meant to do that. Yeah, there's something going on here, isn't there? I'm trying to work out what's going on with this sun. because there are days when it feels like there is a sun there, and then there are days where it feels like we are looking at a reflection. And that was one of the things that interested me about the crater Earth theory, was the idea of the sun reflection, and that we're not seeing the sun, we're seeing a reflection of the sun on certain days, and on other days we get to see the sun. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Let's just thinking about that crater Earth idea. One of the issues with it is that he starts off, his initial premise is different to the one. It's alright. Cat just changed the page. I was thinking about because he starts off saying, the sun is shining through the plasma belt, and as a result it's causing the reflection of the Earth, which we call the moon, right? Of a much bigger Earth, and that we ourselves are only in a crater. But then later on, further down in his videos, as he develops the idea, he then is talking about two suns. And how do they get the lighting effect? And it's like, but hang on a minute, that's two local suns, right? That's not the same as the big ball of light that's meant to be shining through the plasma belt that's causing the reflection. So what's he talking about? So there's a little bit of he needs to clarify something here, like with his idea. You're on Discord as well? Oh. I do have a Discord server for cloud therapy as well. It's not busy or anything, it's just for me, it's like a place where I can just dump my stuff and keep in touch with friends I've made on Discord. So it's just like a little home of my own on Discord, but it's not a busy server or anything. So I don't tend to invite people there unless I know them or feel I can trust them or whatever. So. It does ring a bell. Where would I have seen that before? In Tartary. Oh yeah, Stolen History, and I think we've been in touch. Just having a look there. Yeah, this is like a long form project that's been ongoing for a few years now. I use it as a combination. It's an observation thing, it's a meditation thing, it's a journal thing, it's an art project, all in one. So there is no real hard or fast rules. It's not even designed to have like massive audience or anything. It's just something that I've been doing for the last 3 or 4 years, as I've been quite enamored with the sky, and so I'm kind of observing it a lot. But I actually prefer it when there are clouds. Clouds give it a lot away. So I prefer cloudy days. I mean, it's lovely when there are nice days like this, I have to say, but I actually like it when there's something else, when it's not just a big blank blue sky. I like to see things flying around in the sky. It makes me nervous when the sky is so featureless. It makes me feel anxious. It's like, what's going on? I can't see anything. Even on a blue sky, right? Because to me, as I've been observing it over time, I've come to a conclusion that they have some kind of obscuration device where they can just do something to the sky to blur out details and other things. It's almost like a barrier comes up. I've seen it happen. I've literally witnessed it happen so many times. Like, you'll suddenly see a lot of clarity, but then suddenly something comes up and all of that clarity just goes. It appears like haze or something, you know. And it's done it regardless of whether it's a blue sky or a grey sky. Yeah, that sun is doing some interesting things. It's just could probably. I think the nature spirits are talking. Yep. That's why I like doing symmetry stuff, you know. That's why I've set this up. Because you can ooh, cool. It's 9 o'clock. $9:20. Alright, I'm going to make another cup of tea, I think. Another cup of tea, maybe roll another smoke, and then try and get. I'm forcing myself into a situation where I'm having to be extra self-caring stuff, you know. Take it extra easy, don't overdo it. That's just my life at the moment, you know. It's like it's a constant search for relief. And this is the thing, right? I have to. It's like, how do I describe this? You see, because the thing is, I think some of us are getting it really hard with these energies, right? I think they're coming in really fucking hard, and the best way I can describe it are those days where you are literally just sat there, and it feels like you've got a weight that is on top of you, an energetic weight that is literally on your shoulders, on your spine, and on your chest, right? This energetic weight is there. It's as if something is literally sitting on your soul, and it's like everything feels difficult. You can't even just to get up out of a chair feels difficult. You know, it's really weird, and those days are pretty tough. You know, and that's the best way I can describe it. It's like a weight that comes in, and it's not always there. It's just that there are days when it almost, the tension in the air is so high that there's just this immense blanket of anxiety that is there, and the only thing you can do is literally just sit in it because it's just too heavy. And it's like, it's a wonder you get anything done. I don't get very much done at all at the moment. It's really frustrating. And I've noticed as well, strangely enough, there are certain cloud formations, certain cloud types which are going on up there, certain configurations, whatever is going on in the sky, you know, whatever it is on that day. So usually there's overcast days with where there is very little detail and it's very fuzzy and it's just grey and white. Those are the worst, I find, for days like that. That's the blanket of crap. Those days are the heavy ones, I've noticed. And I'm definitely aware that August has its own skies as well. All of the different months have their own sky. All the seasons have their own skies. It's very interesting, and the fact that they repeat themselves each year just changed my entire perception of what the sky is. The fact that there's the same things every year, when you've been watching it enough, you realise that it's the same damn cloud. That's the same cloud from last year, right? That's the same formation as last year. And then you realise, you see these things enough. Sometimes I think they happen every quarter. There's different patterns. So there's some that come once a quarter. There's some that come once a year. Like there's a pattern, there's a cycle to it, and to me it's a combination of the sky is a stargate. So each time the season changes, the stargate changes. You know, like in Star Trek, where there was that episode where they found these portals where they could go anywhere in the galaxy, and it kept changing to different places. I think it's the same kind of principle, but seasonal, right? So there's like different worlds that occur through that sky, and as a result of those seasonal portal things that happen, you hear that they talk about portals and stuff all the time, right? Makes absolute sense. Those energetic things are what come in and create the variation. But I now know, like, it's what, 4 years of doing this, and almost every day at some stage, hours at a time. Like, you can't take that experience away from me. Like, I've begun to see the patterns in the sky, the things that make sense, that it's starting to all fit, that they're, whatever they are regular things. They're not things that just randomly emerge and then dissipate. These are solid objects. These are mountains, islands, vimanas, castles, huge, gigantic things flying around up there, machinery of some kind, organitech, whatever. There's so many different things. So I'm just kind of like, oh, hang on a minute, I just thought I'm going to make scification a mod. It's going to be my new thing now. So I'm very pretty, getting to that point now, realizing, there's different beings of different nations, different objects come in with their own kind of little thing, and I think they rotate. Each year, each time the season changes, it just rotates. They spend a bit of time somewhere else. Oh, don't worry about the bench. I'm just going to carry on. I'm going to make this cup of tea and then catch up. You've got it in one. Misdecipheration. When I change perspective, they turn into structures, and sometimes I feel the fractal patterns are representing ley lines. Maybe. Sometimes they look like a perfect old star city, like the round ones. Absolutely. I would say that the vast majority of it, I get quite benevolent feelings from. There's really, even the darker clouds, I don't even see as dark. You know, I just see them as shades of whatever. You know, it's like you could say that, yeah, there may be evil and good human beings, but most human beings are a mixture of lots of different things. And although, yeah, at the moment anyway, but then as I've become more conscious as a being, I realize that there are certain choices and actions in life which are absolutely necessary as a conscious being to make, and therefore as a result of that, certain things just don't even get considered, or even you wouldn't even consider doing something negative or anything, because you understand that the karma and how everything's connected. So your choices and your everything else is affected by this additional awareness, which means that actually I now go out of my way not to hurt myself or others. You know, any kind of mistake or issue I create is, yeah. So I'm gonna finish this tea. There you go. Really? Oh man, I'm so convinced those birds are talking to me. I know they are. I can hear them. See, they're talking. It's the foreskin vampire slayer. Welcome. Welcome back, friend. Those birds are amazing. Well, I know they're not birds though, but they're my nature spirit friends. Yeah, I know, I've got to clean everything out. There's like a big leaf has fallen into the bird bath. Oh, the other bird bath has been knocked over. Wee boo, wee boo, wee boo. No, that's probably me now. It's hard to imagine that these things are having conversations. Bring that down a bit. Okay, let's catch up. I was just reading about Jax's son and his guitars. Huh. I have been smoking way too much. I think that's another thing that's been... Oh my goodness. Yeah, I was just going to say, that's a ghost moving things around in your... Well, I mean, it depends. If you think about it, right? I mean, I can't help but wonder, like, people that we know or used to know who died, maybe they come back and help us sometimes and support us. And I do wonder, right, when our memories are drawn seemingly randomly to certain individuals that have passed, if that isn't actually the energy of the individual in question trying to get your attention somehow. And that actually the very thought of this person is as the result of that person's energy being present with you at that time, you know? It's something I've been thinking about, because when I was with my mum during lockdown, she had this whole thing about, there were times when, I swear to God, my Auntie Dot, or her Auntie Dot, like, emerged from her, and it was like as if she was possessed by her or something. It was really weird. Like, why is this lady who's passed on now, why is her presence so strong at the moment around my mum? And I realised, you know, she was hanging around my mum as a form of defense for me being there. But this anti-dot energy, right? This is the programmer. This woman was one of my mum's guardians when she was growing up. So this woman is also responsible for the programming and the upbringing that my mum has and the traumas and everything as well, right? So she's partly responsible for that. So when this thing comes through my mum, it could be lots of a sign of different things. It could be a sign of programming and upbringing that we all experience from her. It could be the fact that it's actually the presence or the energy of her as a guide or something being there. Or, so I'm just considering all these different things, but the way I see it now is that it makes no sense for thoughts to just randomly occur for no reason. We're normally prompted by something, they're normally stimulated by something, a memory is triggered by something that we see or experience or smell or feel that reminds us of something else. And the only thing I had to go by was a feeling of behavior and attitude and energy. So I then realized, no, Auntie Dot was floating around us. It felt like around that time in March and April that there was a lot of guides and a lot of spiritual energy going around, a lot of spiritual support coming through, and I think a lot of people had their guides and their families and their ancestors with them, supporting them through the initial few weeks and months of the lockdown. That's the way I see it. And I think when we think of these people seemingly randomly, when it does seem that it's a random thought, it's still not random, because then that would mean that the only way that would happen would be if something was there to stimulate it. And if there's nothing there to stimulate it on a sensory level, and it's happening on an intuitive level, then we've got to think of it in terms of energy. And the energy of my Auntie Dot being around my mum was probably her guide and what was going on there. And basically she was being brought in to strengthen her resolve when dealing with her adult son. It does make sense, because Auntie Dot was a bit of a battle axe, a force to be reckoned with. But can you imagine kind of growing up with that kind of tyranny? Yes, because I kind of had an offshoot of that myself through my family. So this is when I started to notice the ancestral trauma and the intergenerational cycle of abuse and neglect and upbringing and programming and all that is instilled in us through our parents, and all previous generations have that. So that's what was coming up for me during that time. But it was great because I also got to become aware of more innate psychic qualities and experiences that I was having, and that these energies, these feelings weren't just some random coincidence, that they actually could be attributed to different things if I looked at it hard enough. And to me it makes sense, so evoking, even thinking about them evokes that energy. Right. And I mean, I think one of the reasons I went, I wanted to go there was also to see if I could try and help my mum somehow, but I think I ended up making things worse, really. I don't know. I worry that I may have made things worse. But yeah, it's just one of those things. This year has been one of the whole 2020 vision, and that kind of stuff. It's made sense. It's made absolute sense. But at the same time, I've also felt like I've been under a microscope all year. My entire life has been under an intense scrutiny, where every little thing that I do, every thought I have, everything, I'm looking at it and saying, well, is that helpful? Is that Does that need to be changed? You know, like constantly this really heavy work on myself, like it also it also explains the reason why so much time is needed, time and space alone is needed to get control of the things I can control of, you know, like my basic environment, and and the things that go in and out of my life. Like I can do things that I can reduce my external attachments to things gradually over time, and that's what I've been doing for the last few years, just gradually removing things that no longer, you know, basically just try to take a piece of you away all the time, you know. NTBI. As I don't know, I'm guessing I don't, because NTBI doesn't mean anything to me yet. I could look it up. MTB. Did I do? I was doing a thing the other day. It was like this questionnaire that. Oh right, mild traumatic brain injury and concussion. Oh, Myers-Briggs test. Well, I've noticed it changes depending on what answers I give, and that is based on the INFP. But I haven't taken it for a few years. When was the last time I took it? Well, maybe 2017, 2018, and I've changed a lot since then. So I'm wondering what would happen if I did it again. Well, there's a free one, isn't there? I've got a feeling I don't know. I mean, it may change, but as I know myself a lot better now, right. Well, I try not to I think some of it can be helpful, I suppose. But then looking at the test itself now, I'm looking at it now, and it's like this kind of dualistic one. I don't remember it being that way, but there's a few tests, I suppose. It's funny, isn't it? Because I've got a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder, which you believe. So, which I believe is wrong now. Now that I've got an ADHD diagnosis, but quite honestly, I'm really seriously skeptical about how helpful these labels are and how helpful engaging with and accepting those perspectives, those measurements of things as true or real. I don't know how helpful it is anymore. I have serious concerns about the psychiatric industry and psychology and the methodology of psychology generally. I think now at this point, after having numerous diagnoses which are all questionable at best. It's made me realise that it's all a load of bollocks, quite honestly. It's like, the way I see it now is that we are where we are now is as a result of where we have been, and so therefore it's mainly trauma and developmental issues, and that's why mental health issues occur. And I think there comes a point in your life where some of those things, if they haven't been processed, your body, your subconscious mind has a natural ability to heal itself and goes through its own healing process, but as a result it will bring things up that may have happened a long time ago, and those traumas are unresolved and very painful and very difficult, and if the person doesn't realise what's going on, they'll feel like they're re-experiencing the trauma again, all over again, and then obviously if that keeps happening because they don't realise that they're literally in some kind of loop, and they're not told how they can get out of it, they'll just go round and round and round and round in circles for years and years and years and years and years, as I have done, without realising the true reason why these things are happening. Because what they've done is they've analysed me and given me these diagnoses. Oh, this is the reason why, and then you don't need to look any further. That didn't help me at all. It's interesting. Have you ever seen something like this where the sun is up, but there is a giant orange glow at the bottom of the sky in the horizon? You guys, isn't that weird? I mean, we're only seeing this because even when I take it off there, look, you can still see the change in the colour. It's quite dramatic, actually. That's actually quite an unusual phenomenon, right? I mean, why would there be golden light at the horizon when the sun is way up high? It doesn't even make sense now, does it? Because that's not coming from the sun, is it? That colour is not from our sun. That colour is from something else completely. How could it be from our sun when there's a big barrier of blue there? Yeah. I think something's going on in our skies that we're not able to see because they've put the fucking barrier up. Some kind of... It's just clear. And it was like this all day yesterday as well. I mean, it's unusual, isn't it? You know, you'd see that as the sun was setting, because that's what would happen if the sun was setting. The sun is actually on its way up, so you know that that's not coming from our sun. I guess it could be particulates or something, maybe, or red dust, but it looks like it's actually... I mean... Oh yes. I was literally just talking about Crater Earth just now. I was saying how there's a little bit of an issue with the... he needs to clarify something about the light source, because if the moon is a reflection of a bigger Earth, right? That and there's a plasma belt and whatever. then why then later on is he talking about two different suns coming at two different directions to illuminate the Earth? There's a little bit of a discrepancy there that that's just kind of, he can't explain the sun. There's too many. Right, so then he's got like, so the issue is that he's got two different premises. The premise he starts off with is not the premise he ends up with, which is fair enough because it's what led him there, but then he's got to go back and reconsider the original idea which started it all off as a result of where he's got to, which is an interesting dynamic. I don't know if anyone's actually said that to him yet, but I might actually do that. So if there are two suns that come around locally, is that separate from the idea of a sun and a plasma belt and a reflection, or are these artificial suns, or are they the same suns? You know, like, that's what I want to know. Yes. And then there's also the issue with the was it the dateline as well? How they call it the ring of fire, but obviously there is no such thing as a ring of fire in that case. Yes, when there are a couple of points where he just goes off on one, but you know, the thing I find about it is that at least the guy's got an imagination and some ideas there, and actually if I take all of the different ideas I've come across so far, I could take little bits from each one and find some kind of truth in it. Well, we're going to start getting closer to it. I don't know. Let me think about this. Spirit world. There's links to the pagan, right? So you know, the pagan seasons, right? There's more than 4. And there's different periods, right? They're broken up into smaller sections, which I actually think is probably truer. I think it's not just 4 seasons, there's seasons in between the seasons, right? Overlapping. So I think that's got something to do with how the spirit world manifests in this reality as well. Gosh. If the sun and moon are kind of gates. I will say one thing, the sun seems to be exiting the picture at quite a low angle, and normally it would be a little bit higher than that, so you can definitely tell we're going into autumn winter time. It's just a little bit sad to see it that low. No, I haven't. It sounds interesting. Tim Riffat. Spirit World Universe B. Poles are shifting. Well, according to the data, it looks like they are magnetic, right? It's just that sometimes you can get some very dramatic differences from one day to the next. Oh my, what have I found? Okay. I stumbled on his website and I started looking through it, and it was all this kind of yeah, it looks a little bit crazy over there. Well, I got told about the cult of the Black Sun back in 2008, and I tried to research it back then online, but there was very little about it at the time. But it was something they told me to look into. When I say they, I mean these random weird people on the internet who seem to know more than, you know, and I got chatting to these people on MSN and started accumulating these weird people for a while. One of them claimed to be a British soldier working for the army somewhere, and I actually did meet him in person, and it was true. He was very strange, you know, very weird. It was just a weird experience, right? Like, and he was saying that he was in contact with these people from South America, and they weren't saying where exactly they were in South America. They just referred to it as a place, as a secret country in South America, right? Under a monarchy or something. I don't know, man. It was weird. And there was also lots of other strange things getting mixed into the bag as well. Some anime, like that's when I got exposed to Full Metal Alchemist as a cartoon, you know, anime. All kinds of weird stuff going on there. But they were claiming to be from South America, and they were saying we need to look into the cult of the Black Sun and blah blah blah. That's about as much as I knew about. Heard about it, but it never really made sense. But then when I started seeing people doing videos about it in more recent years, it began to make sense. I was like, oh Mao, oh Mao, Chairman Mao. Yeah, but it was weird because the thing is, I couldn't take him seriously. Hang on a minute, you're a British soldier, but you're into your anime. It was like, what? And then he was in contact with these strange people on the internet from this weird country, and then roping me into these weird group chats where, and I didn't know if I was in a LARP or what. It felt weird. It just didn't even make. Crazy days. Because I got involved with this this truther group back in 2008 on Ventrilo through YouTube and stuff, and met some weird people online as a result of that. And I think they're done for the day. Hey there, Mr. Zero Infinity. Well, yeah, I'm realizing now. It's interesting because I'm starting to realize how much of the full Metal Alchemist concept might actually be being, fall into the plan, like with all these ritual things that are going on. Understanding the 9/11 ritual and then coming to realize this is basically how they manipulate the timeline through creating these rituals and events. And by doing so, every time right, have you ever seen the episode of Star Trek Voyager where there's a time ship, and it's basically trying to get back its old empire, and the only way to do that is to destroy other civilizations and then see how that affects the timeline and blah 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 blah. I think it's the same principle. I think they've literally put so many truth drops and predictive programming things in all our media. They've literally told us everything they're doing, one way or another. And I think this whole, the way I see it is that's how they do it. That's what this Thursday clapping ritual is all about, because they're trying to. It's about Jupiter and. Yes. It's not just war, though, is it? I mean, there's all kinds of things. I think this is what their human trafficking shit's all about as well, because they need a constant supply of these things for their rituals, and God knows what else they get up to. So, I think this is how they do it. If you think about it, and if you look at it from the Full Metal Alchemist perspective, where they needed human lives, they needed blood in order to do the thing they were going to do. So there is that too. It is, because I mean, all they need to do is hide away enough people and they can start civilization all over again anyway. So 6 billion isn't really much of a loss to them, is it? Oh, we can just do it again. Well, it may not be happening the way they think it is. Because I think what's happened is because people are waking up, there is now a stronger collective consciousness of awakening, which is working as a kind of an antidote. I think whenever there's a step taken, some kind of collective response occurs as well in this like interdimensional chess game. So it's like we're in checkmate now anyway, right? So every time they make a move, it's now countered by the collective, the real collective consciousness, the true thing. So it's just literally they're moving their king side to side, and they've got nowhere to go. And that's where, and that's the best they can get. So that's kind of like, if you think about it. So then it's in their interests to consolidate, which is what all of these things are about, consolidating what they've got, cashing up at the end of the Monopoly game, taking what resources they can, and then letting the game board get reset while they go in hiding. I don't think anyone's really going to be able to. That's all right. Mooch away. I'm just mooching too. I'm allowing your words to inspire me and make me think. I'm questioning servitude. Yeah. Well, this is the thing that I realise I've been really winding myself up about all of that for the last few days. I think yesterday it was getting to the point where I just thought I can't deal with this anymore. Like, me too. I feel the same way, guys. It does break my heart. That's the thing, when you realise, oh my god, I can't afford to get ill now. Not because of the money situation, but because I don't want some random brainwashed doctor or nurse putting their fingers and doing things to me and sticking things in my body that I don't want them to do. You know? It feels like rape now. It feels like, hang on a minute, why would I want them to do these things to me? When I know that the ultimate conclusion would be to get me into a position of dependence on pharmaceuticals so that which will only make me more ill in the long run, or create additional illnesses. The moment I stopped medication was when my body started healing itself, and then all of the side effects and all of the other little things that had occurred since then magically disappeared. No more acid reflux. And a whole bunch of other things. And you actually, wow, I didn't know what life was like. 20 years on and off with this stuff, and wow, I didn't, like, getting to know what my body felt like with no medication. It's amazing. Right. And this is the thing, is like, we're literally putting ourselves we're trusting these people, but now, thinking about it, look at the way things have gone. Why would I trust a doctor now? The last time I spoke to a doctor was a couple of months ago on the phone regarding a referral, right? But there was just something about him, and he really got up my skin, the way he spoke to me. And it was like, you're not listening to me. You know, like, they don't care. They look at people like numbers, like robots. It's astonishing to them that we have feelings and that we have a mind to think for ourselves. They're wondering why, what? You mean you're not a robot? How's that possible? It's almost like a surprise to them that we have feelings. It's crazy, isn't it? Hey Anthony, just made you a mod as well. So yeah, I mean, like, now, God. See, this is the thing with the mental health stuff, right? I'm realising, oh, I'm going to them begging for brainwashing. Like, that's the insanity of it all. Begging for brainwashing. You know, like, why would I wouldn't go to them for physical assistance, so why would I go to them? Hello. O-N. I can't spell it. Yeah, like, wow, why would I want to go to the doctor now? My understanding of medicine and everything's changed. This is the thing I've learned for all this COVID shit, that all of it's bollocks, and that actually the medicine they practice is all about making people sustaining illness in the patient, so they're dependent on pharmaceuticals and an industry that can constantly exploit them and make lots of money. They're not about curing or health at all. That's the insanity. And then we go to these people when we need medical or psychological assistance, thinking that, oh, they've got it all in one. God, waking up out of that. Of course, it's going to be controlled. Of course, it's going to be, it's band-aid psychology. The only cure is to basically make them ill until they die. Death is the cure. They just don't tell you that. Isn't it interesting? See, what I find now, sun's doing that at the moment in the black area, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to zoom into that. Ooh. And it's the reflection. It's these bits here. I think they give something away. We're seeing a reflection, right? Whatever you're seeing here is a reflection. So let's see if we can enhance that. And then I will draw it. I'm just making everybody a wrench. This is what I notice now. Every time the sun does that, it's like showing, and then this effect, you realise, hang on a minute, what are we seeing here? And you know what? These things are different each time. So there's something. A bit of experimentation, why not? Now you get it 4 times. 4 times the evidence. Oh, now it's flashing. Did I get too close? I mean, it could just be a lens flaring or that lot, but I've noticed that these things change, so too dark. Oh, right now. Cute. Oh. sun. Hey. Now the controls have gone funny. Oh, for goodness sake. It's all gone. Well, that was quick. The sun spent all that time moving, and then just as it gets to there, it's almost like a little spotlight now. And that orange glow is still there at the bottom of the horizon. And over there. Here as well. Why is that? Anyone got a decent explanation for that? But if you look at the contours, right, you'll see that there is something kind of there, these like lighter patches of colour as well. From that distance. There's something there, that's what it means. This area here, obviously something reflecting, and it kind of goes like that. Well, I live in a reality where anything's possible. So I mean, I throw out. To me, the best way is to just ignore the science and just watch. And when whatever comes up, you know, because like working up this idea that there's planets or there's no planets or there's this or there's that, it gets in the way of the observation. Now, I'm in a great position because I'm not that great when it comes to science. My memory of it it's fairly basic at best. So I don't necessarily have a lot of that stuff interfering with my perceptions of things. It's even redder. Orange, yellow. There's an object. You can see how much the light's fluctuating anyway, like. Oh, maybe. It's not the most see, do you know what I mean? This isn't standard blue, right? This isn't the this isn't sky blue at all, right? Look at this. It makes sense, like. the sun isn't that bright, but the blue is really washed out. However, there is also a bright orange-yellow colour down by the horizon. So there's something that's creating more light than usual, or it's dimmer than usual. I can't quite work that out. Some might suggest that they've been spraying heavily, or I actually think there's some kind of yeah. Me too. I can't deal with the maths and physics debates either. I have to like accept my limitations and my knowledge and my, you know, and my personal wirings. I mean, the way I look at it is that there's things floating around us anyway, so I think there's things like islands and mountains and stuff, that flying mountains, flying islands, flying castles, flying landscapes even. I guess they would be landscapes if they're big enough. And that's why we sometimes look like it and see things that look like landscapes. I think that's because we've got these huge, you know, I think there's an avatar, you know, those giant flying, floating mountains and things from Avatar and whatever, those big old rocks. I think those kind of things actually exist. But they're so far up or disguised by clouds, or maybe they are deliberately disguising themselves as clouds. You know. All of the above. It's weird because this is like nothing's going on. It's like really, sun's just passed. I've already got 8 people watching. You guys need to be here when there's more clouds. When the clouds start coming, that's when it gets interesting. Maybe I'm supposed to learn how to manifest clouds. Maybe that's the point. Well, the thing is, all the footage that I've got is live, so it goes directly to YouTube. The only way that I can adjust it is if I download it and do stuff afterwards. I mean, I can do adjustments live, obviously, but I think they cut the spirit clouds. I think they come at different seasons as well, right? And you'll notice, like, during spring and autumn, it's almost like they have a procession that goes from one side to the other. They cross east to west or north to south or something like that. Those days are really, really interesting because it's like a constant procession of weird and wonderful stuff floating around. But it's almost like you get to see all of it. Like, it's like a big parade. So all of the sky anomalies will suddenly just come up one by one as if there's a big parade of it, and then you get to see it. They're moving. Oh, we have to go over here now. All right then. I have been over the last couple of years. I've been looking into the elemental stuff and you know, kind of. I think I'm kind of developing my own kind of elemental magic and shamanism in all of this. So Is that? So I'm always looking at things. Oh, there you go. Their cages covered my sky. Oh, okay, I can see it. I don't know if I'm seeing the same thing he's seeing, but I can see the shadows in the clouds. So I guess we're going to have these days of clearing, and then something that's, we're going to probably be doing more some new seasonal formations coming in. Ah, yeah, he's capturing the same stuff I am. He's just got a better camera. But they're always coming, though. That's the thing. It's like they'll always come back round again. But there are some that I do feel like really connected to, and when I see them, I get really excited or happy. And then they hang around for a while, but then they always come by to say goodbye as well, type of thing. Like they do like a little show or something just before they go, and then you won't see them for a few months, and then they come back round again. But you wouldn't know this if you hadn't been doing this for years, right? That's the thing. If we hadn't been doing this so often and keeping our own and somehow trusting ourselves to remember these experiences and trusting our memory and seeing the same stuff over and over again and the patterns and blah blah blah, you have to keep at it, and then eventually when you start noticing it, no, I don't believe so. Are there volcanoes active on the UK in the UK? I had an earthquake a couple of days ago. The outskirts of London, over in West London. That was unusual. Oh, really? Well, America's like half the world anyway, right? There's lots of events happening in that big piece of land, and I didn't know about those. Wow. Well, if it's our time, it's our time, isn't it? I'm at that point where I've just about had enough anyway. Like, I'm surprised I've got 8 people. I wish there was more interesting things going on, but actually, I think the opportunity just to hang out and chat is just as important, actually. Because I'm feeling the isolation big time. I feel like there's very few people I can speak to or feel comfortable enough around to want to be around anyone, which means that I only have my own company. I don't know what it is. My tolerance of being around people at the moment is just very thin, and I'm really aware of this Aries retrograde energy that's around at the moment, and I'm kind of like, I just don't have the energy or the inclination to, I don't want to even risk getting into a conflict or a situation with anyone right now. Like, it's like I've got to really conserve my energy right now, and low tolerance for bullshit. So I have to keep away from it. Otherwise, I might find myself getting wound up, and that's doing me no favors at all. Yeah. We're in the descent. We're in the descending half of the year where we're going towards. I don't know. I mean, some people, because Levette's suggesting that maybe the winter solstice is the time when it's the real time of going up, and they've switched it round and blah blah blah. But maybe it's just years of conditioning or whatever. But the second half of the year always feels like the down half of the scale. Like how like June 26th, June. I was going to say my own birthday then. June the 21st. Well, the solstice is like that full moon peak, and then we're in the latter half of the year type of thing. It's just cycles within cycles. But at the same time, I've got this thing where I just want to reach out but I only want to talk to people who are awake. I've had enough. I like trying to talk to anybody who's not aware of what's happening. Is actually really painful. It's a really draining experience. It's like you guys are in your own reality. You've got your own parallel reality at this point. I departed this reality for a long time ago, and so what good is it to keep? That's why I don't speak to anybody anymore, because most of the people I knew here are part of that reality, and the only way to And I'm trying to make my own parallel reality where I'm not involved in all that stuff. And the split, it does feel there is a split going on. And it's horrible because it's actually indiscriminate. It doesn't matter whether it's your family or what, because that's how I feel. I feel like I've literally split from my family. I've had to let them go. I feel awful about it. I stayed with them for a few months during lockdown. Tried to do some healing work, tried to use the opportunity to try and bond with mum, but actually, because of all the arguments regarding COVID and all of the, she's very much into the mainstream narrative, and I'm so the opposite. That and so we just kept clashing. And I realised, oh God, it's too late. They've got her. They've got all my family. My brother, I think, might have a chance if he can. He's already into the aliens and he's where where I was at 10 years ago, maybe, like Anunnaki and Gaia TV or whatever, David Wilcock. But he can get there. He'll get there. If he's at that stage already, he may be able to get past it, but he has to, I don't think he's got the time. He's going to, he's got things going on in his life now. He's got a son of his own, and wanting to go and become self-employed and run his own business. He even asked me if I wanted to help him make a website for it, and I'm like, I haven't got a fucking clue how to make websites, mate. It's not my forte. Wish I could help him, but he might have a chance. But the older generation, our mums and dads, if they haven't woken up already, I think they're gone. And it feels like you've got no choice but to literally try to emotionally distance yourself from them, because when the shit hits the fan, I may never see them again. Stuff could happen. Anything could happen. I may never see them again. And I think that was what that 6-month period of crying all the time was all about. Like every day, multiple times a day, for 6 months, non-stop. I was just crying, just grief-stricken. It just didn't seem to pass at all. It was just unbelievable what was happening. I just couldn't. Never experienced anything like that my entire life. And that was all last year, from about June, July last year, all the way up until about January, February time. So over 6 months, really. And it gradually kind of dissipated. It stopped happening. I started to cry less often. I started to have days where I didn't cry again, which was really nice. And then gradually I've kind of stabilized. And then COVID came. Didn't have time to think. And now I'm on the other side of all of that, and I'm like, whoa, what the fuck has been going on? It's like I've been going through this like grief process of letting go of my family. Because ultimately they can't help. It's like they're just humans. They're humans. They're as fallible as I am, if not more so. And I turn to them for help. Why? I'm an awakening being and realizing my own whatevers, and actually like realizing no one's going to help me. Like only me can help me. And coming to that realization that, even the idea of your own mother being there to help, no, she can't. She's a human. She's a human first. If she is human, I'm hoping she's human. She's human first, right? Mother second now. But she was always human first. And like, that sense of security you have when you have a baby is only as strong and secure as the parent that's looking out for you, right? When you become older and you realise that parent didn't know what the fuck they were doing half the time. They were literally winging it, as you do when you're a parent, right? You haven't had experience of it before. You're 21, you have a child. You're 21, you're barely out of being a teenager. You've not even grown up yet and you're having children, right? Like, what the fuck? So like, a child looking after a child, basically. So you can understand then, if you think about it, God, if that's the way we've been, centuries of, like, wow. Like, it's harsh, because then you realise, actually, all of this time, for the last God knows how many years I've been alive, I am here by the grace of this reality. Like, how I am not dead yet is kind of surprising. You're here, right? We're here. I've survived all of that. That's got to be an uplifting thought, I suppose. Yeah. But like, God, like, you're not ready when you're 18. You're not ready when you're 21. I don't think you're even ready when you're 30. I will never be ready to be a parent, unfortunately. I don't think I'm. That's not my pathway this time. Got to write, and I'm ending the cycle through me. So, the cycle ends with me. And that's what I'm here for. Do something different. Don't follow the same old shit that everyone else has done before me. Go out on my own, and that's what I think I'm meant to do. Just go out. Well, thanks for listening. Anyway, I'm talking about my family situation, but I'm thinking a lot of people. We're talking about the split, right? The split of humanity. I think we need to talk about it to a degree. Like, this is deep. This is a split that's happening to our closest kin, to our blood relatives, and if we believe any of this reality, this organic world has any reality or anything, any meaning. I think maybe that's it. I maybe need to learn a bit more compassion or patience, but it's like, if they don't have time for you, you don't have a choice, do you? If nothing else can be said, why am I still hanging around? Move on. So I think that's what that period of time was, that grief period. I think I was, in some weird subconscious way, grieving the loss that's to come. Because I've got a feeling, something's saying to me, if there's loss to come, we may not even get a moment to even process it. And I think a lot of almost like a precognitive processing is happening, right? For potential things that are going to happen in the future, maybe. And I couldn't help but feel that there was, what I was experiencing was something that was from the future that was being projected into the past, because there literally will be no time to process it at some point. There won't be, can't help but feel that maybe that we might be, that could be a potential timeline, maybe. But that was some one of the feelings I was getting from it. Like, it was almost like you're going to lose these people due to whatever chaos is due to come. At some stage, many people will be lost, could be lost. I should say, I'm not going to commit to anything here. Many people could be lost through the process in the next few years. And I think there is a necessary spiritual component which is literally making us get ready for it. The good thing is that you know that you have compassion for her. You still feel that compassion for her, because I was just reading what Jax was saying. Because the moment you lose that compassion, you stop feeling compassion, is when you've fallen out of that heart space anyway. And that's when you can go into that dark zone, isn't it? So to resist the impulse to fight fire with fire, rather than actually somehow relieve the situation, you end up making it worse, type of thing. And that's the problem. I've done that so many times in the past. It's like I'm almost phobic about doing it. Yeah, like, okay, I've learned my lesson now. I don't want to keep doing it. And you kind of, and that's the thing actually I've noticed. All these little pitfalls that I used to fall down before, I'm now noticing before they come at me, and I'm able to sidestep them before they happen, type of thing. And I've actually made better decisions than I would have done in the past. That's one thing I've noticed recently. And the awareness of that on top of that as well. I'm like, what? You know what? 5-10 years ago, I never had any awareness like this at all. This awareness did not exist. Not even 5 years ago. It was on the cusp. But all it's done is expand, right? It's just expanded. It's not got smaller. It's expanded, and the problem is that expansion, there was almost like thresholds of pain that you need to go through, thresholds of awareness, like realizing how much I was hurting myself for a long time, like with my lifestyle, with my choices, with my actions, the things I ate, the things I did, what I was putting my body through. So I was literally intent on killing myself. I was just going, you know what, nothing matters anymore. I'm just going to do drugs until I die, until they kill me. That's how bad it got. I was self-medicating to try to function. And then I realised, well, if this is the only way I can keep up with the world and try to function, then I'm fucked. And the likelihood is I'll probably kill myself in the process. And I had to develop enough self-love to stop myself from doing that. You know, then there's also the multiple suicide attempts as well, that, you know, and the persistent self-harming issues, and you know, I had no idea how, you know, then I could realise I was able to look at it and go, wow, something was controlling, something was literally influencing me all the time to do nasty things to myself. it's not there anymore. I think I exercised that demon well and truly. I think I've got too much self-love now. Here I am talking and I'm completely ignoring. Let me just catch up a little bit. Thank you for thanking me. Shall I say ON3 or 1? I mean, my hope is that if I talk about it and maybe try to piece it together, the process, because we're living at this scale of reality, right? This is at where our view and perspective is. We're aware of the whole we are one thing, but at the moment our focus, our scale of awareness is right here, right now in this conversation. So we're talking about these specific things, and that's what we're working through. You know, we know what we're connected to, we know where we are, but we are down here at the moment doing this work. We're on the front line, so to speak. You're like, we're literally facing that mirror, looking at it, not turning away. Prepared to make the change if it's necessary. You know, not giving in to our attachments and insecurities. I appreciate that, Mr. Foreskin Vampire Slayer. I will never be able to say that username without having a little chuckle to myself. It's good. We got to get it out, right? This is we're parts of this process, right? We're awakened beings. We know that we've got energetic work to do that we're doing for all of our stuff, but we also need grounding, and we need to work it out. We need to, and we don't want no fucking sugarcoat bullshit either. We want to go, you know, be precise, be definitive, grab it by its horns, use the language that works, use the words that express how we're feeling, because like, I am not going to bullshit people. Don't have time for it. Don't have time for it anymore. Don't have time for it anymore. None of us have time for it, right? It's like the truth or nothing else. But, you know, nothing but the truth. Not even nothing else. Nothing but. Even if that is painful. Because that's what we have to work. We are literally doing the collective processing right now. We are processing for the collective. That's why it's hard. That's why those days happen. That's why it's those grey overcast, or actually we're having the other one. We're having a blue overcast day, right? You still see the sun, but there's no detail. There's no feature. And days like that are days to reflect as well, right? So if we're not feeling it under the grey, we're having to examine it. and reflect upon it with the blue, so to speak. Let me just have a look. I'll read a few things. Oh, wow. Avoid people that drain you. Astral vampiric parasites attached. Yeah, I think that's exactly it. I think, I think that's what a lot of us had. And I think that that's what's been happening over the last few years in particular. Any of us been feeling those ascension symptoms, those so-called ascension symptoms? I think that that's what that was all about. I think that was shit we were being vacuumed. We were having stuff sucked right out of us. Purging. Still purging, but purging with an understanding that that's what's happening, and actually understanding there's a process that's happening, and understanding that we know the process now. We know that what's going on. We can actually follow it along because it's happening biologically. It's like organically within us, working itself out. The subconscious has its own natural process. I think that that's what's happening, I think, as well. Holistically, too. There's a lot of repair work that's happening, It takes up a lot of energy, a lot of resources, a lot of time and space is necessary. Well, first of all, she needs to stop doing the blood magic and the black magic. If she's still attached to that, I would totally move away. There's a boundary there, right? Because whatever she's into is going to be around her all the time, and if you're around her, then that's like a reality influence. Depends if you think you can work with it or not. But I think one of the things that's becoming quite clear is the only people that we can change is ourselves and not other people. And I learned that through my time with my mum. It's not my fucking place. I'm definitely noticing, apparently the Aries retrograde energy is also associated with depression and suicide, as well as war and conflict. So beware. And I have kind of noticed a bit of a slightly heavier weight of an energy over the last couple of days. So thanks for identifying with the weight. So Zero Infinity said, in truth, love will blossom, we will defeat all the lies, the seed, and seed the corrective action, so that infinite, I can't read today, infinite symbiotic relationship of building and support, truth and love is supreme. That's a very positive energy there, thank you. What? So your totem animal is a squirrel, and he catches and kills them. Oh wow, okay. If I look at that from the symbolic kind of standing outside of that kind of thing, and from the scale of above, and you see that everything is a manifestation of what's happening within the spiritual. That's like saying the Matrix is literally attacking you on a spiritual level, and maybe that is the case. Because like ultimately, if the squirrel is gonna upset you, then it knows that it's already creating an energetic. It's not horrible. It does it through some kind of remote proxy situation, a neighbor that you cannot even be in the same room with. Right? Somebody external from your situation has that kind of power. That's so wrong, isn't it? You know? But that's because we've given it to them, isn't it? You could say. But then that's the thing, isn't it? What point do we say, well, I've given my power away, but then the person is a psychopath, so how is that my responsibility? If this person's just going to indiscriminately go around killing fucking squirrels, you know, why then do I have to become a cold-hearted bastard in order to deal with that, you know? Why would I want to get rid of my compassion and my empathy for a squirrel? Because some guy is, just to cope with the fact that some people are being a fucking psychopath. There's a line, isn't there? You know, there's a line of self-responsibility. The self-responsibility is you can deal with your reactions, but at the end of the day, he's still fucking killing a squirrel, right? Do you know what you need to do now? You need to paint a big fucking mural of a squirrel in your garden. You need to just basically cover your garden in so much squirrel paraphernalia that he will not be able to cope. You could start sticking, like, I don't know, squirrel figurines on the tops of the spikes in his fence. That kind of thing. I don't know, man. I'm just thinking of just fucking go all out. Make, you probably have got lots of nice things, but I'm just like, The Great Escape or something, you know. There are some weird people out there who do nasty things. I don't get it. They're shot in the head. They might not even. This is the thing, though. I mean, at this point, right? It's like if they're like that, then you've got to question whether or not, you know, because it's clear then there must be all kinds of programming going on there, and at that point, they're just an agent of the Matrix. They're an NPC. Mr. Smith can warp into that body at any point. And the Matrix knows what's going on, right? It knows. They know how to do it. They know what your thoughts are. That's a ridiculous thing, isn't it? But then some people will turn around and say the universe would not present something to you that you know that. But then again, do you know what I mean? Just like, silly, crazy. There's lots of ways to look at it, you see, and I mean, it depends where you are as well, because a lot of people are also still in this place of everything that happens to me is bad, and I'm a victim to it, and the world's a bad place and a hostile, evil place, and blah 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 blah. And I've been working really hard to get out of that space myself over the last few years. So it's really tough, particularly because it's very common for people with depression anyway, and it's really hard because I'm trying to. I think a balance is the reality is a balance of that. mixed with the. It's not just optimism. It's not just pessimism. It has to be that synthesis between the two. You know, it's not as bad as they say, but you know, it's not a fucking picnic either. That's where I want to be. I want to be in that balanced place where I'm under no illusions. I'm just going to read. I think that's where we are, isn't it? Remember you aren't alone and have the power to separate from her. Oh, that's regarding. Let's see. Yes. It depends on as well on the nature of the person and their relationship. It could be that it's not necessarily them that's the problem. It could be something they do, a habit, a behavioural mechanism, anything. And if they actually stopped that, oh, hang on a minute, I'm being spoken to by. Here we go. Hello. Don't get quiet on me. Because we need love you. Yeah. Oh, the morning's getting on, isn't it? And they need some fresh water or something. Mm. Mm-hmm. Oh, still talking. I just wanted to let nature spirits have a little chat. They're having a conversation. I know they speak through the robins. I know that much. There's a few of them having a conversation. Just amazing. They have certain things that they say or do that to get my attention. So now and again I'll stop and just give them a moment and listen to them for a minute. Where are we? Hey, baby. They have little sayings and stuff. It's quite cute. But sometimes you can actually hear it. You can actually hear them saying it. One of them actually goes, "That's what she said." One of them actually goes, "That's what she said." It's incredible. You start listening to this. They do talk. It's amazing. Anyway, I'm gonna try and catch up with your little conversations here. Oh gosh. I have to come along and meet her one day. It always interests me. You don't want to unleash your power. Yes, you don't want to activate the Phoenix Force. It won't be able, you won't be, it'll just, yeah. It'll be like a runaway train. But no, it's a Phoenix Force. So it's a runaway Phoenix Force. Oh, you'll go from like Phoenix to Dark Phoenix and then eventually become extinguished, and then you just repeat the whole thing again. Good night, Anthony. Thank you for watching. Sweet dreams. I've actually got Discord open at the moment, but I've noticed it can slow down my resources, so it actually works better when it's not on. I'm just reading what you're saying about. It's like, do you feel like you're having to contain? There's almost like an aspect where you're containing yourself because actually it's not quite ready to come out yet, and actually if it comes out at the wrong time, it will be like ruined or something. And actually, you know, and it's like a recharge thing as well. You know, it's like, because if it comes out at the wrong time and is used for the wrong thing, I will then be depleted, and then I'll have to go recover from it, and then that will take a while too. You know, there's all those different aspects to it. It's interesting, isn't it? Maybe this is the thing I'm worried about. I'm worried about branching out and meeting new people because I don't know who's going to end up coming in and trying to feed off me. And it's like, I don't want the hassle of telling people to fuck off, basically. I don't want to bring my cunt out, basically. I don't want to bring that nasty, I don't want to bring the nasty out in order to get people to fuck off. You know, I don't want to have to resort to that. But if people were to push me, you know, it's very easy to get a bit wound up and say things you don't want to say. And that's not a nice place to be in, you know. And obviously that's something I have to work on as well. My tolerance for other people has been pretty low for a while. But I think it's because I think most of my life I've just always had these negative experiences with people. Just if they're not going to outright bully you or oppose you in some way, then it's through more subtle and manipulative ways, you know. And in those situations, it takes time to get to know people, and in that time to getting to know them, there's a lot of energy exchange, and sometimes it goes in one direction, or eventually, you know, it starts off being this kind of thing, but then it can eventually, whenever you go start spending time with them, it becomes very much a one-way thing. And you realise that you're just there to listen to them. Which is kind of ironic now because you guys are listening to me. But you get what I mean, right? You guys probably feel that you end up becoming the listener a lot. It's more seeking a more reciprocal situation, you know. And also, you know, sometimes you have to make the same mistake a few times before you realise what you're doing, you know. We do have some slaying to do. Mainly in our dreams. There's a lot going on in our dreams, isn't there? In our dreams and another thing, and you know, gosh. Ha. Oh, yeah. I know that for sure. I know that I'm going to a training facility in my dreams. I know that I'm sharing it with a number of other people, and I know that occasionally I will have those dreams where that will happen. Or at least that happened a while ago. I mean, not so much recently. But I was going through a lot of training, and I kept waking up in a sweat, exhausted and tired, as if I'd been through an obstacle course. Like my body is aching, covered in sweat. I was like, what the fuck? Right. Fuck knows what those skill sets are though, because you know, I don't think they've unlocked yet. Do you think it's going to be one of those things like suddenly a flash event where sort of go, okay, now it's dusk till dawn. We're no longer in a western. We're in a vampire film, and now all of your secret abilities are activated, and now you can karate chop and do lots of Matrix stuff. I don't know. I do wonder. I'm still my dream situation. I'm trying to improve because I used to be able to write my dreams down all the time. A few years back, before I started smoking lots of weed, and that kind of got in the way, I think. Yeah. Oh man, there is so much going on in our dreams right now, and that's why so many of us are waking up exhausted, or not necessarily exhausted, but just sometimes I mean, like I have good days as well where I just don't feel able to function. Like I may be generally feeling okay and comfortable right now and whatever, but if I went to do anything, it's almost like no, those cognitive wirings have been reallocated somewhere else. I'm afraid. All you need to do is look after your avatar right now. So it's like, okay, so there are things going on that require my avatar to be looked after, and that's why we're conscious, right? So we're conscious right now looking after our avatars in this daytime, right? And then when we're asleep, we're off somewhere else, right? And our duties, they're calling for me. Yes? What's up? Ah, I see. Yes, what would you want? Okay. Oh. It's those same traffic cops looking at the abandoned car that hasn't left. There's a man walking around with a... What's he got there? So a well-dressed man just turned up in a black car. And as he's left, he's got these heavy-looking boxes. One of them looks like the shape of a musical instrument or a gun or something, you know, that kind of thing. And the other one's a box. Interesting. Is that what you wanted to get my attention for? Oh look, there's a dragonfly. There you are. Hello. Sorry about that, I was just getting distracted by the outside world. They're being very, very noisy, aren't they? That's not a bad thing, guys. You can even hear them laughing, it's funny. Okay. That's the noise they make. It's kind of like a copy of the noise I make. And that's how they get my attention. Going off into fairyland now, sorry. Where were we? Maybe that's the point. Maybe these dark creatures are coming out because they're reflections of our inner shadow. And if they've been buried for that long, eventually they come out when you've cleared up a load of other stuff, and you get to these ones, and whatever they present to us from their own perspective is actually the reflection of what's inside, right, that we haven't dealt with yet. And it's not until we develop these relationships, these friendships or connections with people, do we get the opportunity to see these things, you know. My question therefore would be, what darkness is it that's there, that you are afraid of in yourself? And what can you do to give it an outlet that is healthy and safe, or to integrate it somehow? It depends what it is really, and how it... Maybe there's maybe that's it. Because you mentioned something about her being aggressive and open and really in it, right? And there's a part of you that kind of wants to be unleashed, but you haven't, and that's what the other guy was saying. So that's what Foreskin was saying here. So maybe an aspect of yourself is saying, well, if this darkness can go wandering around everywhere, being all proud and whatever, but still, you know, you've got nothing to worry about. Like you, but that's just the thing of it. It attracts them, doesn't it? Isn't that it? Maybe that because by shining our light, it attracts things, and that's the problem. We don't want to attract the wrong thing, right? We don't want to attract the thing that's going to end up causing our downfall. Yeah, tell me about Simon Parks. What's the deal with him? I just get a weird vibe with him, you know. I'm not really sure what to make of him. I've seen a few of his videos. It's one of those people that's able to talk for a while, but not really say much. Does that make sense? They can talk and talk and talk, but what they've given you, there's very little in it. It's like a thread. You get a little bit of a thread, but it's kind of weaved amongst a whole bunch of other shit. Vagary, I mean, maybe there's a purpose behind it. Some people speak in code, right? But I don't think it's like that. No, I mean, it would be. I mean, if he's a shill, right, he'd be talking in code anyway, so he'd be inputting little hints here and there in between the nothing that he's saying, because what he's doing is he's also giving messages to the people who are in the know, right? I guess so. So you know what I mean. People on YouTube do it all the time, right? You know, right? When you see people having interviews and you suddenly see, oh, they've got a set square there and a G, they've got like a Freemason thing or whatever it is, you know, the sextile and the whatevers, and you're like, or there'll be something there. Like even Amazing Polly has these strange statues in the background of her videos, right? They're supposed to be saints or something, but obviously if you were to look more into it and you see all the connections and blah blah blah, related to some kind of symbology or representation of an institution or whatever, you know, so I unsubbed to him the other day as well. I don't know what. Interesting. Yes, there is a little bit of yeah, I don't know, man. It's this, like Magenta Pixie. I used to love Magenta Pixie, but some of the people she's gathered around for this thing, I'm not so sure about. And then I'm actually kind of realizing I'm not even sure about Magenta Pixie anymore. Yeah, there's just something. It's almost like I don't need it anymore. You know, I've got my own little way of working things out. JP? Who's JP? Yeah. It's that Jenny McCarthy lady. It's like, oh, she was a little bit much. I don't know, man. It gets a little bit much. It's like, the problem is, I've also got concerns about these protests as well, if I'm honest. You know, and I've been talking to a couple of other people, and some of us are kind of like going, protests only happen because they're allowed to, right? And there may have been these arrests of Piers Corbyn and whatever and stuff, but you know, I need to see the proof. Where's the evidence? Where's the fine? I want to look at it, you know? So there's some part of me is just wondering how much this is, or some kind of publicity stunt or whatever. And I worry because when I was listening to those speakers on the YouTube feed, some of the energy was very up and down. That nurse, for instance, who was doing the emceeing, she was very aggressive and very angry and very frustrated and saying a lot of stuff, and she was working the crowd up into a bit of an angry, she's working up the anger, and it was like, yeah, there's something going on there. David Icke comes on, does his speech, lots of positive energy, right? And then she instantly comes along afterwards and just goes back to the same shit. Well, the thing about the vet is, at least she can turn around and go, okay, well, there's this astrology thing here, and that's what I'm talking about. With Magenta, it's all a bunch of... I don't even know what Magenta's knowledge base is on, you know? A lot of it's on English folklore and mythology, I believe. But then a whole bunch of other New Age stuff on top of that. But the reason why I like her is also because she comes from the more pagan aspect, which I identify more with. You know, the traditional, original, cultural, spiritual aspect of this land is what I relate to, which is originally pagan, I believe. Very much like Ireland. You know, it was all the same place, you know, so imagine all that magic, and all of that was stamped out by the churches and the Roman Catholics, and those are our roots, those things. So that's what I like to connect to. And that's what I think a lot of English people do naturally feel inclined to. But you also get a lot of Christian stuff going on, which can get a bit much. Did you guys see the directed energy weapon DEW stuff as well? A dark energy. Yeah, I mean, I have to say, as much as I like Levette, there are certain things I have to put up with listening to a lot of anti-LGBT stuff when I watch a lot of this stuff, and although I'm actually questioning a lot of it myself, I do have to I'm trying to learn stuff, right? But some of these people aren't so friendly towards my kind, so even though I don't represent any of the issues, do you know what I mean? I've rejected all of it, all of that bullshit, to me, because it's only part of who I am. It's not everything about me, which is what tends to happen with the LGBT people, is that it becomes everything. It's all about sex and identity and consuming. I'm sick of it, done with it. So there's no morality or ethics anymore with there, so I've had to pull away from that culture. It's not healthy, but at the same time, and I can see why people have a problem with it. I have the same problem, but at the same time, it then becomes a reason for people to be a bit horrible and judgmental and jump to their beliefs and so. And that saddens me because I'm trying to be a bridge myself, you know. Well, that's the problem, you see, because yeah, the atheism, materialism thing gets in the way as well. Nothing means anything anymore. Everyone's out for themselves, that kind of thing. It's a world I don't want to participate in. Can't be around people like that. Let me just catch up. Right, I mean, this is the thing. You also have to kind of wonder, like, you don't know these people really, and when they come out with this information, whose side are they on? And the only side you can be on is your own, or at least the side of being pro-human, if you're a human, you know. The side which means live and let live, and everyone is equal and treated fairly, and you know, it's simple really. But there's obviously a lot of anger, a lot of misdirected anger, and a lot of projection going on. That's the reason straight pride doesn't exist. It'd just be really boring. You know? But I mean, I'm over it. I don't go to pride events anymore. I'm not interested. So what? I'm done with it. I'm just off. I'm away from it. Don't need to. Interspecies relations. Interspecies, well, I mean, we're not there yet, are we? But right. I mean, imagine when the reptilians actually stop. When the holographic technology just... We're already seeing through so much, right? It's only a matter of time. I think that's why these masks are around. I think that's why they're doing the mask thing. It's not about safety or anything. I think it's disguise. I think they walk among us. I believe they will. I know they walk among us. I feel like I've seen too much. I've had too many... Like, my entire being is screaming at me. These things are walking around us, wearing masks. These things are around us. They're there, and there's more of them. That's why. And actually, then you realise, hang on a minute, are we in a minority? And actually, we're only a small segment of society, that there's actually more than just us, but they're all fucking disguised. So we've got insectoids and reptilians walking around pretending to be humans. And we're living, and they're living among us. Actually, it's us living among them, isn't it? That's what it is. It's us living among them. We're in the minority. But the sooner we start getting used to the idea that we may be living among other beings which aren't human, the sooner. And that's probably one of the reasons, one of the things that's been underlying my not wanting to go outside or engage with people, because I actually, my perception of reality has changed so much that, yeah man, swear to God, it's either that because they've got these long kind of like tongue things. It's like butterflies and stuff. So bees. Anyway, I know it sounds insane, doesn't it? Yes. There's definitely. I think the NPC thing does happen, but I certainly think that some of these NPCs aren't NPCs anymore. I think they've been commandeered. Yeah, but I like it on a butterfly, not on a human. You know, it makes sense when it's coming out of a bee's face. But when I'm seeing a video of these people with masks on, drinking from a glass, and they've got these strange invisible appendages coming out of their mouths and into the glass, you can kind of see it because it refracts the light. So there's something flipping around there that's long and thin coming out of their mouths. It was when I saw it, it made me, I almost threw up. You know, because when I watched it, not only did that the realization hit me, something came in, like an intuition came to me, and it was like, they're here, they walk among us, and that's what these masks are for. And that is my belief. I know it sounds crazy, but I am so certain of it. It's changed my reality completely. The earth that I lived in, the world that I lived in, it's not real. It's not. This is all an overlay, right? It's all an overlay. I'm going to the toilet. Didn't sing happy birthday. Right? This is what I mean, man. She said it was cough drops or something. Oh man, whenever they bring out the 33,000 cases, right? When the police came yesterday, there was police and an ambulance outside last night, and as I stuck my head out, they were trying to get in, and they shouted that they were here for 33C, and I'm like, what? Oh, he told us to fuck off. A link to that vid. Oh, yeah. Hang on. The video of those people with the tonguey things. I'll find it for you. It's a Carl Vernon video. It is in the first few minutes. Just scrolling. Here we go. I'm just going to see. Yeah, it's in the first 60 seconds. So it's in the first 60 seconds of that. He'll introduce it, and then he'll play the video, and then what it'll do is it will be a video of this couple with the first 1 minute, yeah. So, and it'll be a video, and it'll be the couple, and they've got a mask on, and it'll close up on their faces, and then you'll see, and then just what I put it in slow motion, and then I frame by framed it with the right angled bracket keys on my computer. You definitely can do that on things, but yeah, you'll see some weird shit going on there, like some kind of cloaked things going on. We live among us, man. For me, it just confirmed everything that David Icke was talking about. The thing is, that's not the first time I've experienced. That's just something I've seen online. Obviously, you see a lot of stuff online which kind of does that if you look hard enough. But when you experience it in person, that's a different kettle of fish. And there was one time when I was here, and I had two friends come over to visit me, two female friends that I knew. Hadn't seen them for a long time. They both came to visit, and we hung out, and it was really nice. Got really stoned. And then one moment I was looking at them, and suddenly both of their faces, one half of their face turned green, and reptilian type features started to jut out of their face as if it was a kind of overlay. And I was just talking to them, and suddenly when I saw it, I kind of just stopped and just went silent. And I think they kind of picked up on that. And then I just got this kind of almost like telepathic thing to say, we're checking up on you. But then they turned to me and said, the people themselves say, like, Lee, you're right, what's wrong? Oh, no, nothing's wrong. I didn't say it down, I kept it quiet, didn't say a thing. I thought if I meant to say a thing, I didn't know what to do. All I know is that I was just seeing the friends of my face, the faces of my friends turn into these reptilian type things. It was mental. I'd never, when I experienced that, I knew it was like, okay, something's not right. So, yeah. And there's been a few occasions when I've been looking out this window, just stood at the window looking out, and I've seen things flying out there in the sky, and it's almost like they fly over towards you, and then it's like they come down close, and then it's like, and they're looking at you, like you're looking at them. And it was like this crocodile type being, made of blue spirals. And it looked like it was hanging off of it was like on some kind of flying machine of some kind. It was like hanging off of it, looking down at me, like glancing at me. It was really weird. Yes. Right. Did you notice the you need to, yeah, if you get a chance, show Martin if you can, because I think he needs to see this. I think they need to know what's going on with these masks, man. I think these masks are disguises. But you saw it, right? As that man went to, it's like he went to lick something licked the head of the beer and the foam, and it kind of like, like a wild lizardy tongue type thing, but it was invisible. You couldn't see it, but you could see something flipping around. And the woman was the one where I thought it was more like an insectoid, right? She kind of had this little thin straw-like thing coming out of her mouth, dipping into the glass. I think these masks are, I think they're hiding something. Yeah. The masks look like they're part of their face, though. That's the weird thing. They don't even look like masks in a certain light. Right? And you're wondering, hang on a minute, how are they opening those things up with their face? Like, because the zipper, right? The zipper is open, but they, it's just really weird. It is a weird video. It is a super weird video. Right. Something's not making sense there. Something is not making sense with that video. I can't believe how blank this sky is. I can't believe how boring it is. I'd considered, if I knew it was going to be like this, or should have started the Skype thing up and invited people on for a voice chat or something. Maybe next time. Well, now I've mentioned it, it wouldn't take too long to just turn Skype on and patch it through. I've already got the audio and everything sorted out, so I just have to change one little thing for it to feed through. Another cup of tea? Well, if you want to know why British teeth are so bad, apparently tea is really high in fluoride. So take the staining from the tea and the alleged damage that fluoride can cause teeth. I'm only saying that because I don't really know enough about the fluoride issue, but I know I don't use fluoride in my toothpaste. I know enough to not use it, but I wouldn't be able to regurgitate the details of the facts to you. But I do know that, from what is reported, that fluoride isn't necessarily good for your teeth, like they say it is. Well, you see, the thing with the masks is, I think the reason why they want everyone else to do it is so that they can blend in more easily. Blend in. The more people with masks, the easier it is to get to be able to pass as human, right? Simple. So yes, and ultimately yes, there is an element of compliance there, but we're looking at it but that is the only, from all the available evidence that we can see, right? Disregarding the hybrid alien invasion stuff, But if we were to take it from the human perspective, yes, it would come across as being compliant. But then if we expand that understanding to one that includes other possibilities, and when I saw that thing and I saw those people, and then I think back to some of the other times when I've come across lots of different strange situations and entities, and like I was just explaining, it suddenly just dawned on me, you know, hang on a minute, because I don't believe this world is what they say it is, and I do think that there are invisible and other realities and overlays that exist parallel to ours right here and now, and then there are also other understandings, you know, like the astral realm and all of that too. So it's completely unavoidable. We're always surrounded by things. We're always being watched. We're always observed by something or someone, right? That's what I've had to come to terms with. Like, just, you know, as far as I'm concerned, I've been living in Big Brother world for a long time. And don't worry if you're just listening. You're welcome to just listen. I'm sorry it's not very interesting. Wish there was more clouds in the sky, but I don't think we're going to be allowed any clouds in the sky today. I think they've got the barrier over. Look, that yellow. Notice how that yellow hasn't shifted at all throughout the entire stream. We're 4 hours now. Hasn't moved. No movement. Oh, also, I'm going to recommend a video which was inspired by Levette, actually. If I can find it again. Know Which Cross You Carry was by one of Levette's apprentices, called Crystal Time. She does actually mention this woman in one of her videos recently. Right, I hope so. So that video is called Know Which Cross You Carry. So it talks about the mutable cross, the cardinal cross, and the fixed cross, and knowing which cross you are on for your chart, and therefore able to work out what your journey and stuff is, and whatever. So I was watching that last night. Yep, still there. So something very big and yellow, orangey, seems to be hovering around at the horizon. $75 will do. I've got to go back and look at mine. I'm just installing it now, actually. How about I could just load it up and install it. Oh, decided to go in there. Okay. Oh, let's have a go and see what happens. Okay. Well, there was a way she did it, isn't there? Ground. Nope. No ground. No atmosphere. Deep sky objects, nope. Planet labels, yep. Oh, constellations, labels. Okay. Oh, way too many. Okay. I'll keep the cardinal points. Oh, maybe I want the horizon. Okay, where's the sun? Oh, sky viewing options, okay. Nope. That wasn't meant to happen. Okay, well, how do I go to the... Isn't there a way you can just... I've got too many things here now. Ah, date time window. Okay, here we go. 1981. 6/26. Oh, and the day, that will be 16/15. Okay. There's the sun. So the sun was in Gemini. So Vedic astrology. I've been living like the tropical one. I knew I should have put my chart forward for the vet to do a few years ago when I first saw her. Now I'm kind of regretting it because she'll probably never have time to get through her own backlog. This is the thing, isn't it? This is the whole process we're going through. We have to kind of like... Information is coming from all kinds of sources, regardless of who they are and what they are. And although the vet's take on it is actually probably one of the more original ones, you know, not original, but like, you know, it's an intro. It seems to be the one that feels there is something I resonate with it, you know. So yeah, apparently my one is the sun was in where were they? Saturn and Jupiter were over in Virgo, apparently. According to Tropical, they're over in Libra. So the Vedic one seems to be more correct. If the thing is, right, I've been thinking to myself, well, a lot of people are saying that the sky has changed, that the stars are different, that we've possibly even gone to another part of the galaxy, if you believe the space heads and their Mandela effect issues. I'm kind of thinking, what am I thinking? Apparently it's going to be clear all day today, all day tomorrow, and all day the day after that. We're having our 3 days of light, huh? Just catching up. Thinking about a million things at once. I've got stellarium open, I'm rolling a cigarette, I've got a tea brewing. This is my job. What else are we going to do? Us workers, I suppose. Not allowed to gather in groups of more than 6. Can you believe it? They have to be more subtle in England because they're worried that people might find out. We're not as stupid as people like to think, I suppose. They're not underestimating us. And I think that's what they tried to do initially. They underestimated us. And now they're having to be a lot more sneaky with their little measures. That's what I've noticed. You know, they've been quite blatant about it in Australia. But over here, they're going about it in a much more sinister way. You know? It's like, why the fuck would we go back down to from 30 people to 60 people? And the fact that we even have to number the people. Can you... It's... sanity. I actually posted on Facebook yesterday, just a status going, is that where are the people who are not brainwashed? Are there any of us left? You know? It's funny because only a few people, I think only a few people got to see it. Weird. I'm either being shadow banned or most people have just unfollowed me because they don't like the fact that I have a different perspective to them. Facebook friends. Ooh. I really can't stand being on Facebook, actually. Every time I've gone onto it, I've always felt like I've just been raped afterwards or something, you know, like I've just had a really dirty experience. Like, oh, you know, like that feeling you get, like you've just been doing something really unpleasant. Like, oh. It's a very interesting feeling, you know. Like, I don't really get it with many other websites, but Facebook feels like you. Every time I come off Facebook, I feel like I've just kind of walked away from being brainwashed. You know, like it's so perfectly orchestrated and what's the word? Curated. It's great to have your information stream curated for you by an overarching corporation. There's no conflict of interest there, no. That's pretty much it is, isn't it? It's gaslighting of the highest order. It's actually quite sickening. None of these people deserve. They're meant to serve us. That's what they forget. They serve us. That's their job. They're only there because they're meant to serve the country. But they don't. It's become a dictatorship where they've made unilateral decisions with no democratic process. They've literally fucked everyone over, and people are not annoyed about it because there's a virus and we've got to protect people. Of course, what a wonderful pretext. Oh my god, it's so obvious. Then you get those people who fucking there's people who post those things about, oh yes, because we're so gullible that we can believe that all the governments and all the worlds, including the ones which are warring, and all the scientists and all that, all got together to make a conspiracy. But oh my god, it's just unbelievable when the people who come out with that. Yes, because that's yes, the reason why that exists is because that is how you have logically explained yourself out of it. You know, right? That's how you explain it away. You've literally found a way to explain everything away. Hey Willie. Good morning or afternoon. You are getting sleepy. Each stir of my teaspoon, you will fall into a deep sleep. Oh, what is this? What is this source that I'm reading here? Hope you're not going to get involved in any extramarital affairs, dear. Now all we're doing is just literally waiting for everyone else to fucking... Hey, we're just here twiddling our thumbs, waiting for you guys to wake the fuck up. Because it's like, no matter how much we try, we just end up making it worse somehow. So it's like, okay, well... For some people, it is going to have to be a case of fucking gas masks and gas chambers and genocide, basically. It's going to have to get to that for some people, you know? And even then, you just know there'll be some Stockholm Syndrome going on. They wouldn't do that to us. As they fucking frog march you into the fucking gas chamber. Oh, we're just going in for a shower. Lovely leader who's giving us a shower. It's gonna come to that, right? But so many of us can see where this is all going. Mask, mark. The mask becomes a mark. Yep. Clown realm. Because I've literally just been sitting around recently just thinking, what the hell am I doing? What am I going to do? I'm stuck in a city. I don't know anyone. Oh, I know Jack's now. But I know where I'll be going when the apocalypse. So I'll start walking over towards Battersea Way and see if I can pick you up on the way out of London. Why do I have a feeling that we're all going to have to go on a trek or something? Pack your bags and start shuffling out the door, walking out of London, because none of the tubes will be working, the trains will be fucked. Where would we go? I mean, this is an island, right? We are stuck here. There is nowhere to go. There are no new pieces of land to discover. It's all owned. It's already been, you know. There's nowhere to go here. Yeah, there's only one way up, and that's to leave the entire fucking land and go somewhere else. And that's what I keep thinking. I keep thinking somehow something's got to come up where some new land arrives, or something comes up where suddenly we have to migrate. We will literally have to migrate, I think, at some stage. I think it may get to a point where most of the northern hemisphere will become impossible to live in, one way or another. Floods, fire, or ice. Maybe am I being a catastrophist here? Like, because the way I see it is that things have to happen first before they get better, right? I mean, I don't know, but then that could all just be an illusion anyway. But this Revelation stuff could just be all a load of bollocks. But do you want to take a chance on that? I don't know. We know something's happening. We know something, transformational process is underway. But you've got to think about this. Why would these changes be happening in some of us if there wasn't a future to live out with under the new changes, right? To live out the transformation. It doesn't make sense to be destroyed if we are going through a process of transformation. Yes, I was thinking the same thing. 28 days later or something, just be at the top of a tall building, and then you'll be on the upper. I'm on the top floor of my building. It's only 4 stories, but I mean, that's enough stories to put some obstacles in the way. I've got a feeling that I may not be here forever. I've got a feeling we may end up having to go somewhere or something. Do you get what I mean though? Like the whole idea of like, why are we going through all of this pain and all of this suffering and all of this stuff just for it to end and repeat the same process again? There are obviously lots of things, but I think I genuinely get a sense that something is different this time, and that these changes, these reprieves in our lives are happening for a reason. And it's not necessarily for some extra life situation. I mean, like this life, this now, this place that we're in right now, this our destiny. So there is an element, it doesn't make sense to me that I would go through doing this cloud therapy stuff and doing the human resonance and using computers and technology to do it, because that's my chosen tool. It doesn't make sense to me that this stuff would be happening, if only then for it to then not be doable anymore in the future. So there's a certain element where absolute destruction may actually not be on the cards. I think there may be we've had resets and stuff, right? Well, if it's all about wild cards and events and stuff as well, there's also positive events that happen, right? If negative negative, positive, that's all dualistic polarity bullshit anyway, but I mean, just as destruction can happen, actual physical destructive things can happen, positive, creative things can happen. And it doesn't necessarily have to be physical destruction either. It can be metaphysical destruction. It can be destruction in our own minds, and a transformation of things. So Well, I'm getting to that point where I think the only way to carry on living is for a lot of us to actually start accumulating together and living in communities, actual, villages or whatever. Because I don't think we're going to be able to carry on living with the same people anymore. It's going to get to that point where it's going to be very difficult to even be around. That's what I mean, this migration thing. I think a great deal of people are going to start seriously considering relocating. Of course, at the moment, it's impossible to do that because you have to earn a certain amount of money or whatever. But I'm wondering if there'll be things that will happen, which will mean that maybe those restrictions may not be there for much longer. Who knows? I'm just reading. You know what? What if going underground is part of the problem? I mean, I'm kind of wondering. I'm hoping. I don't know. With all the things I've been seeing in the sky and all of these faces and eyes and what feels like communication, I can't help but hope that maybe there's some people up there that might be able to do something for us. I don't know. I mean, there is that in the back of my mind, and I know that maybe that's a pipe dream. I'm not trying to put too much stock in it, but I don't think there's any harm in hoping that maybe there will be the opportunity to be. I don't know. Does it even matter anyway? I mean, if we used to say that we're not meant to die and that's when it all happens. I've even wondered about suicide. Why did they tell you not to commit suicide? Why is it such a big deal? You do have to. I do wonder. Like, is it because that's the way out? Like, because I just looked at, we can't fly anywhere with the cooties. And I was thinking, what cooties? Because I was thinking, no, because there was an element where I was thinking, oh, not just that, we can't even leave this place because of the cooties, and it's not the COVID I was thinking of. I was thinking in terms of these demons and entities and other things that have been hanging on to us. Oh well, I just had a whole bunch of thoughts just go through my mind then. Unpleasant thoughts. No. I was just thinking about the last time I did that, tried to commit suicide, and thinking about how that's like betraying your body, betraying yourself. Yeah. And I was just remembering, like, you know, downing a whole bunch of tablets, and there was almost like a body memory there. And then I felt very sad and sorry that to my body. So that was just weird, man. Like, yeah. Well, you know, I was watching She-Ra, Princesses and the Princesses of Power, the new rebooted cartoon on Netflix yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? I just needed to disconnect, and I saw that there was a new season, so I thought, oh fuck it, I'll watch it. But, you know, like, I've become so aware of the agenda that they're playing in these things, in these cartoons. It's so palpable that it's almost sickening. And there was a number of times when I almost felt a little bit sick watching it, because I was thinking, but I couldn't stop watching it because I knew they were literally doing predictive programming through the entire thing, right? So there's one particular section of the show where they're literally talking about chipping people and turning them into mindless slaves and drones, right? They had a whole arc throughout that throughout the latest season, where it's all about putting in technological microchips into their bodies to take over and control their bodies and their minds. It was really messed up. It was just crazy what some of the stuff they've put in there, you know. And on top of that, I kind of found it a little bit, it's like a show for lesbians or something. They've literally made She-Ra they've turned Adora into a lesbian. And I'm like, no, she's a strong, attractive, heterosexual lady, right? A warrior woman. Like, that doesn't necessarily mean she's going to be a lesbian. Why do you have to make everything into an LGBT thing? Seriously. And I'm an LGBT person, right? I'm like, well, you've got literally two lesbian couples in a cartoon. You've got Spinnerella and Net Tosser. They've decided to make those two nobody characters. They weren't in the original show. They were in the original show maybe once or twice. They've made them, like, you know, side characters. But they've turned them into a lesbian couple. And I'm thinking, hang on a minute, is this appropriate? Is this cartoon for children, or is this for adults? I'm a little bit confused here. Because you're literally showing these cartoon characters kissing each other and hugging each other and embracing each other, and I'm like, okay, well, if this is for adults, fine, but we know that the franchise is originally for children, and you're literally bringing and you know that kids will watch this because it's a cartoon, so, you know, there's no subtlety in it at all. No subtlety. And now they've made Catra and She-Ra lesbian lovers. Can you believe it? So I'm like, what? Why do you have to make everything? It's like, come on, man. I liked it because there was no sexuality in it. That was the point. They were all morally upstanding, beautiful people with good morals and ethics, and helped each other, and there were things to learn from these experiences. Now and then when you watch it now, it's like all of the characters are depicted as being somehow mentally ill. You've got one who's got autism or ADHD. You've got another one who's clearly Catra's clearly borderline personality disorder, right? You know, you've got other people. One of them's got anxiety. Yeah, one of them's bipolar and manic. You know, they've all got different. And it's like, hang on a minute, why are they normalizing these unhealthy mental health issue behaviors as if they're normal responses that children and young people should have? That doesn't even make sense to me. And why would you take these ridiculous behaviors and make them like normal response? Because you know that the kids are going to copy, right? Kids copy. They learn their responses by copying things. And they're literally learning how to what? Push people away and then say, you don't love me anymore, I hate you, why are you leaving me? Acting all borderline-y, or, you know, glamorizing the idea of being completely inattentive and hyperactive as if that's normal. What is normal anyway, right? But, you know, it's more like a presentation of how you can depict mental illness in cartoon characters. That's basically what it seems to me. And it's not just this cartoon. You can see it in a lot of the cartoons now. These ridiculous cartoony... Yes, it's a cartoon, right? They're going to have... Some of them are going to have ridiculous reactions to things because it's a fucking cartoon. But at the same time, they're meant to be conveying these... You know, they're conveying real human things through the cartoon, right? So human relations, human behaviours, blah, 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 blah. So why then are you making these borderline personality type reactions, these mentally unhealthy responses, as if they're showcasing, this is how you respond to this situation? You know, like, that's programming. That's programming right there. It's so in your face now, right? Maybe I should have a radio show. But the problem is I probably have too many gaps and spaces. I'll be making too many cups of tea. Right. I mean, at the end of the day, right, I do think people need to be educated about these things, but I think we need to be cautious about when is the appropriate time, and also the kind of attitudes and things that we're teaching our kids anyway from our home environment too. I don't know what it's like now. I mean, like, growing up gay in the 90s is different to growing up gay in the teens, right? It's not the same, but it wasn't pleasant. It wasn't a pleasant experience. I don't know what it was like for people now, but, you know, I speak from the perspective of somebody who probably could have... It would have been nice if you know, if there was a bit more understanding about it at school, that these things were kind of handled sensitively rather than the way they were handled. You know, there's no need, you don't even need to bring these things into sex education or classes, but to have a sensitivity to the fact that these things exist and that actually people are different, and that just to be okay with difference, however that may manifest. Well, unless that difference seeks to be psychopathic or impose on your freedom and free will. I mean, that's an issue as well. Thank you very much for visiting, ON3, ON1. some reason it won't tag you, so I'm just going to do that. Much love to you, mate. Thank you very much. I can say that, much love and blah blah blah. I don't like saying I love you. Not really into the love you. It's not really my thing. Give me a house. Thank you for coming by. Drop by whenever. Exactly, tact and sensitivity. That's all we need. We don't need to be all stars and fireworks and all over the place. But, the problem is, it's the most militant individuals that tend to pursue these kinds of actions, right? It's the most militant activists will go ahead and they will pull out all the stops. They'll send all the letters. They'll do the campaign. They'll, and they push for these things, and they'll go to the government, and the government will go, "Oh, well, this is going to piss the people off. So, well, yeah, sure, that goes with our plan of causing chaos and division. Why not?" There's no one reasonable turning around and saying, "Well, maybe we need to work through this as a community as well. Maybe devise more healthier ways of managing some of these issues." Because to me, sexuality is a sacred thing now. And the sexual act is a very powerful energy exchange that people need to be very self-responsible for, and I think people give it away too easily and actually get themselves into some really horrible energetic situations as a result. And I only say that through personal experience as well. So, but learning the sacredness of the body and the acts, and how important it is to be very selective and careful about who you're doing it with. But you can tell over the last, however many years, since the 60s really, isn't it really? Since the 60s, where the idea of sex and love and free love and everything has been pretty much pushed through, and we've become more blasé to sexual activity and that kind of, and promiscuity and the dangers and the lack of responsibility involved in it. Yeah. It's like it's forcing desires onto people who don't really desire too much. It's like we're taught to want things. It's obviously that's from the Bernays Freudian Tavistock connection, their advertising and how they manipulate people and tell them what they want and what they need. Definitely. Well, it's all based on psychology, which is basically lesser magic rebranded, isn't it? Glory holes. Never used one. Right. When I was at school, the boys were talking about it all the time and boasting about having sexual relations with other girls in school, and like, we were only what, 12? It's like, what? We were too young. What the fuck are we doing? We're not supposed to be talking about that kind of shit. Come on, man. Where's the innocence? We had our innocence literally stolen from us. And we were okay with it because it meant that we grew up. It meant, you know, we could be grown-ups now. Because, you know, when you become a teenager, you get to that point where all you want to do is just, I want to be a grown-up now so I can get the fuck out of there and get away from my parents and have my own life. Right? And, you know, you want to grow up too quickly. And as a result, I think, I think that's what happened to me. I grew up too quickly. So I had a paper round at 12, 13, got a job as a glass collector at 6. Yeah, I was starting out young. On top of that, I was wanting to grow up. Like, I was hating home. I didn't get on with dad. I was having to keep my sexuality secret. Couldn't talk to anyone about it. Ended up being groomed by a paedophile for a year and a half, or a year, something like that, through pen pals, and it was like, what the fuck, when he actually told me, lied to me. Basically, I was like 15, 16, and I answered an ad in a music monthly magazine, Select magazine, and they claimed to be like a 16-year-old gay person or something, and at the time I was like, oh, perfect, because I need that kind of support. I didn't know who to talk to, right? So you're kind of trusting this individual in another part of the country with all your personal information, and then a year later they turn around and go, oh, actually I'm a 39-year-old man and I've been going through some kind of midlife crisis and reliving my childhood and my teenage years, and actually this isn't the first time that I've done this, and actually there are other boys that I'm talking to, and I'm like, what? And it's like, wow. If that was one of the big events that happened to me when I was a teenager, and it really fucked my mind up. It sent me into a tailspin. I remember that was my first experience of dissociation. Like, it was just too much for my little mind to handle. It was okay. I had, by comparison to what a lot of people experience, I had a lucky escape, because all that was just correspondence and trusting somebody, which is a big issue in itself, but, you know, for future ability to trust people kind of thing as an adult, but it makes you realise, like, and then when I heard about all this stuff through Q and everything, realising, God, how prevalent it is. It's happening all the time. What kind of a world am I living in? Where people are lying. They're living a lie, pretending to be something they're not, pretending to be gay, but they're a pedo. It's sickening. Like, taking advantage of people like me who were trying to, you know, work out who they were and what they were, and so these things happen. Imagine now it happens on the internet. Oh, it was a big lesson learned. It's obviously it's probably had more of an effect on me than I realise. Ability to trust people, that kind of thing, but it was a very early reality breakdown for me. It was like I'd never had anything like that happen to me, and the first experience I ever had from an external world was this deception, right? And it was one of the first fundamental building blocks of reality that got shattered for me. it was the first step. But, you know, it was horrendous and horrible an experience it was, because I wasn't out to anyone, so I couldn't tell my mum what had happened because I hadn't come out yet. So I had to deal with it all on my own. Couldn't talk to anyone. So, yeah. Can you imagine? I doubt I'm the only one that this has happened to, and I doubt, and then obviously with the advent of the internet, obviously all kinds of things have happened since then. There's some very unsavory individuals out there. Oh, I also forgot to mention this. This guy was also into Satanism and not paganism, actual Satanism. Sending me these books, these little publications. One of them was called Ganymede. If you know the story of Ganymede, Ganymede was like an angel or a young man who was the most beautiful, or something like that, and basically Zeus fell in love with him and whatever, made him his cupbearer. So the story of Ganymede is often a reference to paedophilia, right? And so, yeah. And then I saw a friend of mine recently write a Facebook post which referenced Ganymede, and it made me feel a little bit uncomfortable. So I was kind of like, okay. Because some of these images are associated with homosexuality, and some of them are associated with paedophilia. And they like to mix them together because they're meant to be, you know, representative and symbolic of our culture, but it's not. They've mixed it in. It's like, well, no. You know, it's symbolic, and when I see someone mention that, they're either just fallen victim to the propaganda of the gay agenda, you know, which mixes all of this stuff together as if it's a legitimate adult thing, but actually it's not, or they are actually, you know, secretly practicing paedophiles, and who knows. But I keep away from that stuff. Keep away from people like that. I've got yeah. There is a lot, isn't there? Because this isn't just my betrayal. This is a collective betrayal. This is something that's been ongoing. Part of the intergenerational ancestral trauma stuff. This all falls under that. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thanks for listening. I'm emotionally detached enough from it now that I can talk about it. I used to be very angry about it. Actually, I didn't cry. I was so angry. That anger stayed with me for a very long time. I actually feel sorry for him now. I wouldn't want to. I feel sorry for him because what a waste! What a waste of a life. Like, when you start making decisions and going down that pathway. So it's pity. I have pity that you could make such terrible mistakes. I don't know, some people would call it a mental illness. It probably, well, most likely it is definitely a mental illness of some kind. But I mean, to be honest, then there's the idea that mental illness is kind of what, possession. So what do you come into contact with that gives you, there's obviously certain energies and entities and things connected to certain stimuli that if you engage with it then what rubs off on you? Just Oh, that wasn't too personal. But this is it. You see, these things exist. These issues do exist. I have met some people in the past who have also admitted things to me when meeting me, and it did put me off, and I kind of subsequently left. Got them out of the situation, I have experienced it, I have seen it. I do know that there are people within that are pretending to be things that they're not, and that's another reason why I've also backed away from the culture, from the community, from engaging with it. But the thing is to realise that this isn't about sexuality. This is about, they're trying to attach themselves to sexuality, but it's a decision, and it doesn't matter whether you're gay or straight or anything. Ultimately, if you go for kids, you're a pedo, right? So at that point, your gender preference is really quite. It doesn't matter. Your gender preference isn't the issue here. It's the fact that it's your age preference. Don't do that. Come on, shoot. Come on. Fly. Landing on my things. My wooden spoon. Yeah, serious. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring the tone of the conversation down. It's just really sad to realise, like, God, and this is what I mean. And then you think about humans aren't necessarily human either. Like, you get these, like, how can I, I've had my reality shattered. How am I meant to go back to living a normal life? Like, not only did it happen back then, but it's happening even more now as more and more paradigms break and shatter, and I see things and experience stuff. It's like I can't live a normal life anymore. I'm trying to make sense of this reality. I'm trying to make sense of the things I'm seeing and experiencing, and it doesn't. And there's nothing to nothing to compare it to. You've got no yardstick by which to measure or calculate an average, Wow. So what else has been going on? I hope you're all complying with your government's messages and COVID measures. I hope you're all, I don't even know what it is anymore because they keep changing it, but I don't even want to think about it, man. I've been talking to Willie about this so many times. I think we've both tired each other out because we're both going around in circles, aren't we? Like, because it's like we're trying to work it out. We're trying to come to terms with what's been going on, and it's like you can't. There is no coming to terms with it. the moment you come to terms with it is the moment you accept it and allow it. It almost feels like we have to be. If we don't stand up now and say something, then we're doomed, type of thing. But at the same time, part of me is going, well, is resisting it part of the problem, or allowing ourselves to be bothered by it? It's like, you can live your life, I'll live my life. I won't interfere with your need to wear a mask, and you don't interfere with my need to actually have a life worth living. Happy Monday, everyone. Chain smoking with the best of them. So yeah, I do think it's like we're getting to that point where we need, I think, maybe some miraculous things will start happening, guys. Who knows? Who fucking knows? Maybe there will be a rapture. Maybe we'll get sucked up in a ball of light. So right now, that is the only way I'm going to be able to get off this tiny little island and go somewhere else. Right? There is more likelihood of that happening right now than anything else happening, so... Me being a bit pessimistic, I don't know. FPV Angel. Actually, you know, the idea, I can understand something now. Something's coming, like this idea of what, I have to say, the idea of the size and shape of the Earth is becoming more important to me now. And what I mean by that is, if we want to escape, or find a way, or find a means of finding somewhere else on this, in this realm where we can go to away from all this crap, I think maybe we do need to consider looking into, maybe it's becoming a necessity now, right? Because like maybe we do need to know a little bit more about our world and have a better idea of where we're going, because I mean, if we don't know that, if we don't know how they've skewed the maps, right, how are we then going to be able to sail or go anywhere, right? Like, because we won't know where the fuck we're going. We'll just be going according to their map, and obviously whatever they're going by isn't exactly what we get shown in a fucking classroom or on a globe, right? So it's like they've, you know that they would have obfuscated the actual, they've obfuscated the whole thing. So you know that the map that we're presented with is not correct. It's going to be missing things. They're going to be omitting places. It's all stitched. Have you noticed the way it's stitched up by the date timeline thing? So I'm thinking, well, if we got together and we ended up getting, going on a boat trip or something, where would we go to? Like where would the first place, what direction would we sail in? Or fly in, or whatever. North Pole? South Pole? And I think that's why it seems that the interest in Earthshape may have actually surged a lot more now. Because people are like, you know, they've lied to us about this, they've probably lied to us about a lot of other things as well. So of course everything is up for debate, everything is up for re-examination, everything is up for scrutiny. So we spend too long letting other people do the work for us, and we just trust them that what they're giving us is correct and valid. Like, oh wow. It's 5 hours and 33 minutes. Has it really gone on this long? Crazy. And not a sign of a cloud. And that yellow patch almost gone now. Local elephant. You can tell the day's drawing in as well. That sunlight has an interesting golden hue to it. It's a lot lower in the sky. I've never known it to be so quiet. Oh, there's some pigeon things there. Okay. I think I'm all talked out for now. I'm really grateful for everybody, everyone's spending their time listening and chatting. Really appreciate it. I think I'm supposed to be doing other things. This is what I mean, like when there's a lack of clouds and stuff, or if it's overcast day, I usually take that as a sign that you should be doing something else and not staring at the sky. Maybe I'm supposed to go out and actually enjoy it. Really grateful for all the comments and all the stuff. And thank you for listening. I'm going to end it there, I think. Thank you. Take care. And I'll I'll be around again soon. And now I'm going to pop into Discord. So if anybody does want to chat or anything, I'm online there. I'll just post a link here just in case. And yeah, I'll probably say hello to Willie in a minute. That's it, guys. I'm going to leave it there. Thank you, everybody. Take care. Bye.